getting into something, or where's my fucking? I hope this is already. I hope this is already connected to Twitch because this is gonna piss me off otherwise. So anyway, yeah. Welcome to the show, guys. Happy New Year.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hey, you guys in the back.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.
Yay! Hello, everybody. Like I said, Happy New Year. we we do hope you rather had a happy celebration last night, no matter where in the world you are. And if you're in the Far East, it's already the new year for you. So happy new year regardless. No music today, guys. This is I didn't expect this to happen today. But things fucking happen. And they did. I never thought that I would be joined by the person who's joining me today, but regardless, I I will be joined in a few moments by a very special guest. I have known this individual for quite some time, since I was like 8. So yeah, we're gonna have a hang today. And yeah, it's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be disgusting, and it's gonna be the whole thing. Yeah, so I really hope everyone enjoys today's session when my friend gets here. This is we're using StreamYard today, guys, and I'm, oh my god, like a half an hour ago I was like, how the fuck do I do this? Um I've been on StreamYard before, but I'm just not used to it. And so yeah, a few things we had to sweep up to get me off the ground today, but no worries, no harm, no foul. We're all doing good. This is weird. I'm not used to having no music under my voice. This is so weird for me. And I apologize for the dead air, but yeah, like I said, I'm not used to having no musical accompaniment. Today is quite literally a talk show. So what did you guys do last night? Do you celebrate New Year's? Did you celebrate New Year's? Me and my partner played Monopoly, the Tim Burton version. And I was, fuck me, I was in bed by 10 o'clock, for God's sake. Fuck. I've been informed that I sound a little low, but, oh, well, I'm gonna open up something here. Here we go. Just because I'm too used to it. Here we go. Doesn't matter to anybody. I'm gonna mute that. All right. This is so fucking stupid of me. I'm so used to doing things a certain way, and I don't have to have my browser open. I don't. But I just opened my browser. So yeah, doesn't matter to anybody but me. It's just creature comforts and shit. I'm just trying to fill some space here. I have been informed that my friend is on the way. So yeah. And apparently my mic is all over the place. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Ah, my God. Probably OBS shit. It could be, you know what, Ree? If you're hearing me, it could be because I opened my browser. Would that affect it? Maybe I should just get the fuck out of my browser. That could be affecting it. I have no idea. There if you don't live stream, there are many platforms through which to do this. And normally I'm direct on Twitch as opposed to a third party platform, if you like. So yeah, we're just this is initial bugs, guys. This is what we're dealing with live right now. And I'm sorry for my breath. I'm literally having a smoke right now. So yeah. Boop a doop a doop a doop a doop. Where's Andy? Come on, Andy. Do. Any New Year's resolutions? Does anybody still believe in New Year's resolutions? I resolved to not make any New Year's resolutions. And I did that many, many years ago. I quit quitting. Actually, if I'm being truthful, and this has nothing to do with a resolution, but I am staring down the barrel of quitting smoking, actually, which is ironic because I'm having one right now. But anyway. So, Ree, do I sound fine otherwise? I don't sound like a mutant or anything? I'm okay for all intent and purpose? Wow, the camera is really close. I have to, you know what? I'm going to move my camera back. Just 1 second. There we are. Now you can see me. Now you can fucking see me. Yay. I'm fine, just a little deep. Well, I can do deep. Deep is no problem. And I'm being told that Andy is moments away. I can't get over how weird this is with no music. This is really weird for me. I was I think of this too because I watch a lot of I watch a lot of live podcasts and live radio shows and so on and so forth, and um you see how they have the camera angles set up and so on and so forth, and you'll see them looking right here, but then you'll see them looking here. Like right now, I'm looking at my laptop, right? And it took me forever to realize that when they're looking down here, they're looking at the person they're talking to. I'm looking at you right now. I'm not looking at my laptop. When Andy gets here, my friend, I will be looking down here. It's so weird to me. I don't know. And everyone has probably noticed that on different shows. I see it all the time. It's no big deal. It's just things that go through my head. And I'm not nervous talking, by the way. I'm just talking. Where are you, Andy? Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. I didn't even put my beer in a glass. I should have put my beer in a glass. Fuck me. Oi. Gonna wear off my lipstick. There's Ree in the chat. Welcome in, Ree. Nice to see you. Wonderful set last night, by the way, Ree. Good for you. Wonderful set. No matter what everyone says. No, I'm teasing. Too bad you didn't record that thing. That would have been cool, right? But at least you have download capabilities if you so choose. So that's cool. Yeah, today is a I was talking about New Year's a second ago. Today is such a weird day. Everything is shut down except for pharmacies and stuff because they legally have to, like drugstores and whatnot, they legally have to be open. And I've mentioned the gas station that is across the street from me. They're open. So funny thing is, if I feel like paying $97 for a carton of milk, I can do that if I so choose. Yeah, it's really fun. But you get your shopping done early, don't you? You get your shopping done early. When I was, what was it, last week? I think it was when we had that big storm here in Toronto. All right, Andy's on his way. But yeah, well, when we got that big storm the other day, last week, I think it was. I went to the store to pick up a few things, and the whole place was a carnival. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I thought it was people getting ahead on the holiday shopping and groceries and whatever, but no, it was because we were going to get the shit beat out of us last week. Ooh, and we did. Here he is.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, freaks, geeks, and otherwise. I want everybody to give a warm welcome, and I'm probably gonna have to do this a few times as we trickle in. Um, but as I said at the top of the show, we are live right now with a lifelong friend of mine by the name of Dorothy.
Someone else here?
What's
Lifelong
that?
friend.
Fuck you. Yeah, my producer is my producer loves your name.
Oh yeah, Twitch wouldn't let me use it, so I'm happy to see someone's gonna let me today.
No,
That's
you're all good, my love. Welcome to the show and welcome to the world.
I'm just here for you. You know that.
We are live mostly to England right now.
Really?
Yeah, most of my audience is English. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is my dear friend Hormones. And like I just said, we're probably gonna have to say that 16 times as people roll in. So whatever.
I never get tired of hearing it. That's why I picked it.
I like the original Mr. Hormones.
Yeah, you know what? Can I change that, or am I stuck with this now?
You're stuck with it.
Well, next time.
Next time, yeah. So how the fuck are you? I was thinking before you got here, and while me and my producer were setting everything up, I kind of feel
My producer.
I feel fortunate that I remember the last time we laid eyes on each other, and it was like in my neighborhood here. Remember the pub?
Yeah, it was in front of my sister and I.
Yes.
We ate and drank together. I
Yeah,
remember it because we let you pick the place, and I'm thinking, okay, Klayre's picking the place. It's gonna be.
I didn't pick it.
You totally did. This is why I remember it. I thought, okay, it'll have some style. It'll be flashy, maybe a bit campy, something fun. And you take us to like this trucker bar, and I'm like, Klayre, this is cool. This is a trans-friendly environment, or the fuck?
Well, trans-friendly. I wasn't exactly presenting that night.
Yeah. Well, enough to a biker, maybe not to me. So
Dude, it was a pub. It was called King Edward's Arms or whatever it was.
Yeah, shit. Well, there's the clue is in the title, children.
You want the biker bar? You go down the block to where that dive used to be.
Well, it was uncomfortable at the very least. So.
Oh, you felt uncomfortable there?
It was either the bikers or you were sitting way too close behind me.
Can we have a nod for the servers? Remember them?
No.
You don't remember me looking at you and saying, "Check out the talent."
There's a lot of things I don't remember. To be fair, but no, all that talent kind of runs into one. One of my mentors when I got into calibration out in Calgary was a man. He was Akhtar Razi. He was from Lahore, Pakistan. Brilliant man. He spoke like 7 languages. He held like 3 master's degrees. I don't know why he bothered with me at all. But one thing he told me, he said, Andrew, there's only one bitch out there, but she has a million faces. And I thought, you know what? So to that end, whatever talent you may or may not have pointed out, that she was just one finger of a larger entity in my mind. So
make no mistake, when I decided to bring it up, you weren't disagreeing.
No, and it's odd that we would even agree on that because you have shit taste. Oh, I missed you.
Don't tell my girlfriend that.
I'll tell her right now.
She's not even awake.
I'm like, 3,000 miles away, so. Don't tell my wife. He's downstairs.
Megan.
Yeah, she'd probably run to Toronto just to share that with you.
Maybe I shouldn't have said her.
I thought it was a joint. No, never mind.
Oh no. Maybe I shouldn't have said her name publicly, but
No, it's fine. You just can't say it 3 times. Otherwise, there's a chance she might appear.
Oh, I see. Well, valid. Okay.
Like Candyman or Mr. Boogedy or whatever, right?
Candyman is 5 times.
Or Beetlejuice was 3 times.
Beetlejuice was 3 times, yes. Megan.
That's
twice
not funny.
now.
You don't even joke about that shit.
Sure I do.
That's offside. Look, we can talk about abortion and rape and trans rights, but no talking about she who shall not be named. That's off the plate. Nope.
Look, your wife doesn't live in Cabrini Green.
No. I might soon, though, if you keep this shit up.
Welcome to my show.
Yeah. So far, so good. On your end,
yeah,
your interface there, Klayre, do you see like viewers' names and comments and whatnot?
Yes, I have a live chat. Yep.
That's what it's called. I'm not familiar with this platform, so.
Do you see comments in the rolling chat?
No.
Oh, you can. No. I don't know how to activate that for you, but
that's not important. That sounds like a tomorrow problem, but. Oh, I have a chat button. Let me see what happens if I push that.
There you go.
Yeah, but then I can't see my face, so that's a big negative on that one.
Nah, it's okay. I can if someone as people roll in and someone says something, we can for sure let the audience know what people are saying in the chat. It's no big deal.
Well, and if someone says something particularly witty or of interest, you can relay that to me.
That's exactly my point.
It'll be better hearing it from you than reading it, because
I was saying before you got here. This is so fucking weird for me doing, like, I've done it before, but usually I have music as white noise. And when I have people on, I don't do music. So this is
what you're saying is I'm marginally better than white noise.
Marginally, yes.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll take it.
You're slightly above Aqua.
That's where I aim for. Just under Chartreuse and just above Aqua. Trans people love when I say Chartreuse. They don't think I know that's a word.
Fucking hell.
So how you been since? How was your New Year's Eve? Tell me.
We played the Tim Burton version of Monopoly.
Wow, that sounds good. Or help me out here.
It's I made a joke one time. Somebody was talking about the Spice Girls and how what careers they had gone on to past being the Spice Girls, right? And this was some fucking comment thread somewhere. I don't remember where it was. But I made the joke. That, okay, so everyone had their moment with the rest of the Spice Girls, and then I came in and said, yeah, Posh Spice went on to be the template for every character in a Tim Burton movie.
You mean Helena Bonham Carter, basically.
Oh, you know Helena Bottom, do you?
Oh, come on. Look, I'm leaving right now if you're not going to give me any credit. We're done.
I am a devout fan of Helena Bonham Carter. Yes, ma'am.
My wife and her could be twins. Like the way they dress and act and the shit that comes out of their mouths. But
yeah. You know what? Call me naive, but I only discovered her in Fight Club.
You know what? It's funny. I was just going to talk about Fight Club. I'm not sure what I can get away with, but she's not here, right?
You can say whatever you want.
When we hooked up, Fight Club had only been out a couple of years. In fact, it was the first DVD I ever saw. I owned Pink Floyd The Wall on DVD years before I owned a DVD player, because I knew once I got one, I would want to watch this. But I was at a friend's house who had a DVD player, and he had Fight Club, and that was kind of my introduction to Helena Bonham Carter too. I mean, I knew other tertiary style from English shit, which is very important. But I didn't really know the depth. I didn't know she was as talented as she was. And then when she leans over, did you know this about that role? Here's a little tidbit. The scene where Brad Pitt and her are fucking, and the main character, forget his name now. Anyway,
Edward Norton.
Yes, Edward Norton walks in on them, and they just finish, and she has a line. Do you remember the line?
Oh, you're testing my metal now. No.
She says, okay, first the backstory. It wasn't scripted. The director just said to her, say anything you want, the worse the better. Like, the edgier and darker, the better. So roll cameras. They finish the scene, and she says to Brad Pitt, I want you to have my abortion. The director says, cut, dial that shit back 1 or 2 notches.
So
That's
she says this to Norton?
No, to Brad Pitt after they fuck. She rolls off him and says, I want you to have my abortion. But the director said, okay, not that dark. And so her second choice, they reshot it. I know, isn't that fucking amazing? So they shot it again, and her second choice, which is what made it eventually into the finished product, was I haven't been fucked like that since grade school. Remember when I said my wife's a lot like her in the sense of the shit that comes out of that broad's mouth? But yeah, your turn.
My turn.
Gag.
Well, my best opener with Helena Bonham was calling her hell of a bottom, because that's what she's referred to as in the drag scene.
Well, I don't know how I didn't realize that.
Hell of a bottom, Carter. Yeah.
Damn.
It fits.
It might. I haven't checked yet, but one day, God willing, I'll let you know too.
I expect a full report on my desk.
I put this up just for the occasion.
What's this? Oh, is it Sailor Moon? Sailor. Oh, Venus. Oh, okay. Yeah. Couple of comments from the chat. Reorganizes saying, I like him. Can we keep him? Referring to you. And he's also saying, referring to Helena, that she is defo one of our weirder exports. Her and Tim made a perfect couple.
They did the first 4 or 5 movies. After like 12, it gets old. Like, that's my opinion. Like, the first 4 or 5 Tim Burton movies, masterpieces. And then it's like AC/DC. I know what their new album's going to sound like. Here's a hint. The last 8 albums. It's, and that's how I feel about Tim Burton. Will everything be black and white? Oh, I sure hope so. Hasn't done that before. It's weak. It's weak. Will Danny Elfman do the soundtrack? Let's wait and find out.
Oh, fuck me. Danny Elfman. Why do I know that name?
Because he did the soundtrack for every Tim Burton film. He also does the intro music for The Simpsons.
No, but I'm wondering if I know his name. Yeah, probably through credits or something like that. But if I googled him right now, I'd probably be like, who the fuck is this?
He has a distinct, like, how Tim Burton movies have that very distinct musical theme, that score that sticks in your head. Edward Scissorhands is a great example.
Oh, great movie.
And if your English viewers are going to talk about great exports, I think what was it? the lady Judi Dench or whatever. Isn't
yes.
she from the side of the pond?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd take her any day over Helena, hands down.
Really?
Without a question.
Mm.
That might be easy for me to say. If you eat steak your whole life, shrimp starts looking good, but I might be biased, is what I'm saying.
The Dame Judi Dench. 3 cheers for the Dame Judi Dench. Is it Rihanna? I call him Rihanna. Is it gothic as fuck? Must be a Tim film.
Yeah.
He's also saying Dame Judi is a fucking legend.
Right? Forever. Team Judi Dench over here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that other guy that said he wanted to keep me. Let's go back to that. Let's circle back to that.
My producer.
No, you said one of the viewers said, "Can we keep him?"
No, that's my producer.
Oh,
he said
perfect.
That.
Who's your producer? Keep saying it. It's mysterious.
His name is Reorganized, but I call him Rihanna.
Super.
Yeah, he
sounds like he knows what he's talking about, that guy.
What's that?
He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I like that guy.
Oh, Ree has her shit together.
I bet.
Yeah, he's been walking with me since day one. I don't know what I'd do without him.
God love him. The patience of Job, that guy.
You have no idea.
I think I kind of do.
Yeah, he's my little superhero.
So who won the Monopoly game?
I don't know. Because I went to bed at like 10 last night, and
really?
No shit. Yep. So we were going the whole thing, and because me and Tristan know how Monopoly works, every time we land on something, we were buying it or whatever. And I say that because we were playing, what was it? We were playing some sort of Monopoly thing at her brother's place Christmas Day. And
there's other board games, right?
Oh yes, but her niece got Monopoly, so she was all excited and she wanted to play with me and Nanny and her aunt. So we all go down. We all go downstairs, and she was so proud. She had it all set up.
Nice.
And she didn't realize, because at one point somebody landed on free parking, and I said, "Where's the pot?"
That's a made-up rule.
It is. It's a house rule. Yeah.
It is. Let's continue, but yeah, a lot of people think that's canon, but it's not.
It's not, no. So me and Tristan are playing the thing last night, and basically, to answer your question, because I got tired and stuff, the way it ended was I was losing, because I had more property than money.
Tied up in investments. You weren't tied up in investments, is what you're saying. That's fair. Me too.
The TSE looks at me and goes, "Oh, you're cute." So,
you know what? How you described your Monopoly game ending is exactly how every game of Monopoly ends. That's why I hate the game. It's like, oh, we got tired. We weren't really sure who was winning. We just decided to let Johnny have it. Fuck it. I left.
Oh no. Make no mistake. I was in Three Oaks, I think. Yeah, early Three Oaks. And
me too.
For the listeners, Three Oaks is the high school in my hometown, me and Andy's hometown, or me and Hormone's hometown, I should say. Do you want me to refer to you as your real or your stage name?
Well, if you have me come on, I'm gonna pick a new name every time, and I have a new backdrop every time, because now that I know you have to say it a lot, that's gonna be my motivating factor for what I pick.
That's fine. I'll call you whatever you want.
I know, and I'm gonna think, what do I want to hear Klayre say 30 times?
I'm just I'm radio, so I don't really want to say your real name, even though I know it.
I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me after all the fun's done. I'm pissed.
or late for dinner.
Yeah, I could skip dinner, but not not hard drugs and sex. Come on.
What was I going to say? Shit. So yeah, for all intent and purpose, Tristan won the
All
game
right,
last
Three
night.
Oaks. With
Oh
Three
yes,
Oaks,
Three
you were talking
Oaks,
about.
the
Yeah,
Monopoly game. So do you remember? I don't know if you remember this name, probably not, but David Ramsey.
I knew a Jason Ramsey.
Which one?
Yeah, he lived in the West End,
I hung
like
out with him.
Argyle, 2 streets
Yep.
down from me. I hung out with him too, but just because he had an Atari.
No, he. I was living on Duke Street, and he lived just around the corner from me.
No shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
No
because if you
joke.
lived on Duke, that's where it would have been. You know where I'm talking about then.
Yep.
His mom was hot.
You think?
I might be remembering it wrong, but
Vastly.
are we talking about hot moms now? Did we segue into this?
Jason Ramsey's mom, like,
I might
your
be
mom,
confused.
your
You
mom
have
would
a
look
better
at
memory.
your mom would look at
What do you
Jason
want?
Ramsey's mom and go, "Try harder."
No, my mom would never say that. She's a better person than us. So
I'm being funny.
yeah, I know. So am I, but you ruined it. No, I might be confusing her with Ryan Hutchison's mother, who was the spitting image of Raquel Welch.
No shit.
Still is. Still is.
I never met Ryan's mom. Yeah?
Oh, that must be you then, because
I remember Ryan. Oh, he was such a nice guy.
Ryan Hutchison. Yeah. Yeah.
Rihanna is saying her parents must hate her if they bought her Monopoly for
Yes.
Christmas.
Yes, exactly. You don't know this about me, Klayre, but I am a board game geek. I have 253 board games in my basement. It's a problem, really. Now, I hate Monopoly, and I refuse to play it, but I own 3 copies in the basement.
Okay.
Because one of them is like a 1965 printing. It has all the wooden pieces for houses and hotels. It's in mint condition. But I refuse to play it. Out of all my games, and I have like Girl Time Mall Chat, the game, I would play that before Monopoly. Monopoly's fucking terrible.
What's this girl chat thing?
Oh, I have this one. It's Mall Madness, actually. And I have you play a teenage girl in the 90s. So
Cool.
So far, so good, Klayre.
So far, so good.
And you go around. The board is a mall, and I'm unclear what the point is. Maybe buy enough shit, have more shit than your teenage girlfriends, but it has a little mall set up. I have another one where it's a sleepover, and you pick up the phone, and boys call you, and you hope that your favorite boy calls you. Jesus Christ!
That's cute.
Again, are you going to ask to borrow this game now? Like that's what's going to happen?
Is it? But my question is it really is it fun?
It's okay. That's a subjective question. I mean, some people think it's fun, right? Like, and you and I are bad test samples because we could find anything fun. I mean, when's the last time you didn't have fun? I mean, come on.
All day today so far.
And it's a fucking Sunday.
Yeah. Is it Sunday? Oh my God, it's Sunday.
I hope it is. Christ, is it?
Fuck, I'm not.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not that drunk.
Ask an adult. Is there an adult around we can ask?
Can we have a grown-up, please, to tell us what day it is?
I need an adult.
Yeah.
Klayre may have touched me in my bathing suit area.
Can we get an adult, please, to tell us what day it is?
Ask your producer.
Ree,
I
what
bet they
day
have a
is it?
calendar up there.
Somebody get us a calendar.
Oh, I have a phone. They have computers on phones now. Let me just.
It's the other way around. Phones are computers.
Yeah, that's funny. It is Sunday. The first day of 2023, my friend.
Which means my birthday is in 14 days.
You were born in January?
It's almost like it was on purpose.
Yeah, you're like, that's what I just implied, bitch. Okay, so what sign did that make you?
I'm a Cap.
Like Capricorn?
Yep.
Oh, man.
January 15th.
Right on. How's that working out for you?
It's funny you asked that.
Is it? Laugh more then. Why is it funny? Tell me.
Years and years and years ago, do you remember what was the bookstore in the County Fair Mall? Was it Kohl's?
I thought it was an independent thing, like Books and Nooks or something stupid.
No, it wasn't that low grade. I think it was actually like a chain or
Okay,
something.
let's say Kohl's. Is that important to the story?
No,
What it was called?
I'm just trying to remember. So I would pop in there, and you'd have the baby books and stuff, like the baby name books, I should say,
Right.
and the sign, like the birth sign books and all this stuff. And
Right.
when I was somewhere between my late teens and early 20s, I got it in my head, just for sheer curiosity's sake, to look up what my birth name meant. And so I did.
Your dead name?
Yes.
I learned about that recently, so I'm showing off.
Good for you.
Continue.
Yeah. So I look up my dead name, both the short form and the full version.
Okay.
And they were both unequivocally me.
See, now I'm of two on this. Continue though, but yeah.
Countering that, I've also looked up my real name, Klayre.
Yes. Yeah.
And funny enough, comparatively speaking, Klayre, how I spell it, is also a hearkening to who I am now. I find that vastly fascinating.
Well, I'll tell you why it's not.
Fucking hell. The floor is yours.
Oh, no, sorry. You really want me to tell you there's no Santa Claus? Because I've learned it's better to let you think that the rest of your life, because neither one of us, there's no net gain from me spoiling that for you at all.
Go ahead. You're my friend. Go ahead.
I've learned not everyone's a truth addict like I am.
No, please. Go ahead.
I don't want to spoil it for you. Here's an example of the phenomenon.
I'm not positive. I'm not negative. I'm real. So speak.
I got tested. Negative. No, I'm just kidding. I've had the clap so often they call it applause now. Oh, I wish I was joking.
I never thought this would happen on a StreamYard broadcast, but Hormones, you don't realize that a feature of my show is something that we like to call the quote of the day. And everybody from my own staff, so to speak, to the audience can win quote of the day.
And I've seen your staff. It's impressive. You mean the people that work with you, right? Like coworkers. Oh, I see. You thought that was a double entendre.
No, I mean my moderators. I call them my staff.
All right.
You've seen. I caught that, you cunt. You think I'm fucking stupid, don't you?
You're not allowed to use that word anymore, man. That's offensive. I take offense to that, actually.
Yeah, sure you do. Yeah.
Oh, can we? I know we're going to tangents here, but I watch a lot of. My wife and I watch a lot of drag series, right? You know, we can't get enough of the shit, and we sit there and we engage in lively debate.
Sure.
You know, here's this outwardly cisgen couple on a couch debating the inner workings of the drag world, and fishy. You're gonna love this story. It's a great story. So you're familiar with the term fishy, obviously, right? Yeah. So, because I always prefer the fishy queens to camp or pageant or whatever, comedy queens. They're always my favorite, right? You look like Britney Spears, I'm on board. Now, I assumed that we all were on the same page with that. Last night, less than 24 hours ago, my wife's watching some new Mother, Den Mother. We just got out TV, so she's all over the place.
Oh, cool.
So she says there was a woman on the show and she took offense to the term fishy because of its implications or origins, right? And my wife says to me, I didn't know that's why it was called fishy. We've been watching Drag Race since season 1, so roughly 50 years. And
you
that
just
came
now
up-
learned. You just now learned what fish means.
or why it's fishy.
Exactly.
She knew what it meant, but like for me, it was painfully obvious. Why would you call someone who looks like a woman a fish? What do women have to do with fish? I can add. So last night, my friend.
So she finally got the reference.
She's super cute though, so
No harm, no foul.
she's not here, is she?
It's a very well-known thing in the drag world that if you're serving fish, you are serving realism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But she knew that's what it meant. She knew it meant realism, but she didn't understand why it was called fish. Right.
Let's be honest. For education purposes, for those going to be listening to this on SoundCloud and on the YouTube recording, if you don't know what fish means, it's a vagina reference.
Because in the 80s, it was commonplace to refer to a woman's vagina as perhaps having an aroma of fish.
You didn't have to get that specific, but yes, you're right.
Oh, I was going to be more specific. That was me dialing it back. So I'm trying to be on my best behavior, Klayre. I really am.
Well, stop that.
No, I got to feel the room. And since I can't see the comments, you're my room right now. So
No, honey, believe me, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter.
Can I really?
Did I stutter?
Your gloves look like Michael Jackson and Madonna had a baby and then an abortion.
You know what these are? These are legitimate Legion Honor Guard gloves.
They so are. Now that you say it,
I got them from your father's dead.
leave it to you to take a military item and
turn
make it a
into
drag
raver thing.
Jesus
No,
Christ.
I've had these since before I moved out of home.
You're like the trans version of King Midas. Things don't turn to gold when you touch them; they turn into trans accessories. That's a compliment, by the way, if that wasn't clear.
Or raver gear.
Yeah, do people still do that?
Probably not.
I think we're old. You're showing your age now.
I will never show my age. And how dare you say the word old on my show? Especially since I'm older than you.
Are you?
I think so. When were you born?
70.
I was born 78.
Me too.
But when?
Okay, but now we're don't play lawyer ball. Like now we're talking about months, so who cares? We're the same age.
Yeah.
When you said older, I thought you were like 76 or something, but
No. Physically, maybe.
like, bitch, how many grades did you fail? You graduated at the same time, so you can't be that much older than me. We're either the same age or you're fucking stupid.
Fuck. I was thinking about that today. I was talking to somebody, and 1996 was the year I was supposed to graduate. I didn't, but I was supposed to.
Looks like someone's got a case of the spostas.
That's what Jake used to say.
Continue.
Yeah. So when I found out this person was born in 1996, I said, "Fuck me! Wow. Okay."
I have a story. We have a lot of parallels. It's weird. We've discovered this over the last couple of weeks.
Well, of course we do. Yeah.
Jake, the way I met Jake is, and you brought him up in that story, when I was running the nightclubs and the restaurants, that's when I met him. That was our introduction. I'm running the nightclub one night. You know, it's after midnight. It's a party atmosphere, and this chick saddles up next to me. You know, I got the suit and the tie. I'm the manager. She starts chatting me up. Somewhere in the conversation, I mentioned I moved to Calgary, and she said, "Oh, what year?" I said, "Well, I moved to Calgary in '96 after high school." And she says, "Oh, I was born in '96." Like, holy fuck! Is your mom here to take you home? Like, fuck, Jesus Christ, I'm old. Old's relative. Everyone older than me says I wish they were my age, right?
Well, even my mom has been young at heart. She's told me that over the years. She's like, "Oh, I'm however old, but I'm." Say again.
I thought your mother was born 40 years old. I always picture her like wagging her finger at me.
For you crowd over here on SoundCloud, it's funny that we're referring to my mom because I mentioned the "your father's dead" reference a second ago, but the truth of the matter is, me and Hormones were speaking.
Hormone.
We're speaking before today, and he wanted me to title today's show "So, comma, your father's dead."
Your
And
dad's fucking dead.
I cannot do that, or I will be kicked off Twitch.
Oh yeah, Twitch won't, but won't this StreamYard let you do something?
I didn't give StreamYard a title.
Can you do that now?
No, I actually did. I just called it my show, the Klayre Avalon Show, which is why you see what you see.
Oh, that's your handle. Okay, gotcha.
Well, no, it's not my handle. It's the name of the show.
First time using a computer, actually. So,
Yeah. So when I'm on Twitch through my OBS, it's always the show, and then what I'm talking about. I give it.
What are we talking?
I give it an actual title.
What's today's title?
We're talking about whatever the hell we want.
Okay. We're in the trust tree. Nothing's off limits.
Nothing is off limits. Nope.
Super Bowl.
Nothing. Fucking nothing.
Don't make fun of your English guests.
Don't make fun of what?
Your English guests.
I haven't even begun.
That was offensive. I found that offensive. So.
Don't make me get into Lily Savage. Rihanna will go fucking bonkers.
Oh.
Rihanna's telling you, by the way, that he can tell Andy is classy because he's drinking from a jar.
Oh, absolutely. And the worst part of this is, it's not even a jar you can put a fucking lid on. Like, they sell them as glasses and make them look like jars. Like, what kind of fucked up bullshit is that?
I do have an honest question for you, though, as though no question is ever honest.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less.
You dressed up. You're wearing a tie?
I always wear a suit and tie.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
It's been 15 years now, maybe. I'll tell you why.
It's just how you rock.
When I used to, and your guests might not know this, but when I met my wife, I had hair down to my belt, in tight ringlets. I looked like Beethoven on LSD, and I wore leather pants. I wore women's blouses unbuttoned to the belly button. I wore a tie as a belt. I would take a tie and like loop it around as a belt. It was Jim Morrison disgusting, is what it was, and she liked it, so that's all that mattered.
That could have been the end, my friend.
It got me lots of punani. So, And it wasn't just an act. I thought I was like very poetic and the artist and all that shit. I had a kid. That's what fucked everything up.
Three cheers for pussy in the name of a necktie.
Look, if men could get laid in a cardboard box, we wouldn't even own apartments. So let me tell you. Ice-T used to say it, if women didn't find crime attractive, there'd be no criminals.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah. Well, think about high school.
I said that?
I hate violence. I'm going to date a violent sociopath football player. Okay, well, that tracks.
Fuck me. Oh, wow.
So anyway, we were talking about, before I got sidetracked, when I met Megan.
Your necktie thing.
Oh, why I dress up. So a few years ago, like over a decade ago, I was at a relative's house, and there was all these pictures of my grandfather, whom I never met in real life, so I only know him through pictures. And in every picture, he's wearing a suit. Now, when I was a child, I assumed it's a funeral, it's a wedding, it's a, I don't know, christening, whatever the fuck those Christians do.
Sure.
And so I asked, I said, well, was this a funeral or wedding? And my aunts and uncles, his children, would say, no, he was just going to town. He wouldn't go to town without putting a suit on. And I thought, you know what? That's the level of class that civilization is missing now. I just think, and I don't think other people should. I don't judge anyone. You know this.
Mm-hmm.
But for me personally, that's what motivated me. I'm like, that's classy. You know, and then once I saw how people treated me dressed like this, I could never go back. I could do anything. People let me open doors. I go into a hotel, I'm lost. No one even stops me. Next thing you know, I'm in the European suite or the boiler room. Like, you can do anything if you're dressed like this. Add a clipboard to this outfit and a frown. No one stops you from doing anything. It's insane.
For the listeners, as Hormones just described the fact that he could do anything dressed how he is right now in a dark tie and a white collared shirt. And he said, I can do anything. The minute he uttered that sentence, he pointed to himself.
Yeah.
As if to say, of all people.
Oh, yeah, right. I guess just a lot of people, because I'm white and male, they think I can already do everything. But let me tell you, if you're white and male and you're wearing like a Leonard Skinner cut-off T-shirt, you don't get to do the same shit as a white male dressed like this. There are levels of white male.
Unless you're Rob Zombie.
Oh, I hate that guy. Is he another one of your boyfriends?
You don't like Rob Zombie?
Yeah. No. It's a trope. Anyway, new subject. You didn't mention.
You cut that the fuck off, didn't you?
Cut what off?
The Rob Zombie
talking about. You want to talk about Rob Zombie? You first.
Well, no, I don't care. I'm just a fan of him. I wasn't asking permission.
I didn't think you were. I was just saying that.
You're like, oh, it's a trope. I also like Britney Spears. So what are you gonna say?
Don't talk shit about Britney Spears, okay?
Oh, I'm not.
You better not.
No. Never.
Or Kylie Minogue either.
Oh, Kylie. I love me some Kylie. Right? Yes.
Oh, shit.
Rihanna's telling us that Britney can sit on his face and pedal my ears as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, fucking right. I'd watch that. I'd be happy just watching that. 100%.
That would probably be a Patreon or OnlyFans moment. I don't know.
That's an OnlyFans thing for sure.
Yeah, it's a paywall for sure.
I mean, who's got $7.99 when there's so much free porn?
Or it's $4.99 on YouTube.
Or it's $3.99. I can just face swap it.
Speaking of which, did you know? This is a harsh coin flip here. We talk about money and stuff, and like you know how you can go on YouTube and pay for a movie or whatever, right?
Yeah, so, my wife's got YouTube Premium.
Oh, I see. Oh, cool. Yeah. So I'm sure you will remember if I mention what was the name of the show? SCTV, right? And Count Floyd.
Oh, Hoser, take off, eh?
And I'm sure you'll also remember the completely mental misadventures of Ed Grimley.
Ed Grimley? Are you shitting me? I was the biggest Ed Grimley fan in the world. I think I introduced you to Ed Grimley.
You did very so, yes. Do you know what you can get on YouTube now for $5.99, $14.99?
Yeah, I'm just gonna Pirate Bay that shit. You know I am.
The complete series of Ed Grimley.
The way I decide to pirate something is this: is how I do it, Klayre. The amount of work it would take me to pirate something, and the price of buying it divided by the hours it takes me to pirate it. If A is bigger than B, I don't do B. That's my whole formula. And companies would be smart to take advantage of that. If you can sell 10 apples at $4 but none at $8, well,
I have my methods as well, but I'm also, because I'm a fan of Martin Short. I'm not. If I wanted to go through the whole series of Ed Grimley, I'm not above ponying up the money.
no, and if you support the creators, I mean that's the caveat. I mean, I'm being facetious. If I support the artist and I think they're doing it, he or she is doing a great thing, I have no money, I have no problem giving them money.
Mm-hmm.
I could support for their art rather than buying a product.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like keep doing what you're doing, please.
Precisely.
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean Martin Short. What are you going to say?
Yeah, Three Amigos.
Fucking living legend.
Oh, right.
They were on Howard. What was it, earlier this year or last year, promoting a new show they have together called Only Murders in the Building.
When you say they, do you mean Steve Martin?
Yes. Yeah.
See, you didn't say that, but I knew who you meant. Like they, you know, Martin Short and the other guy.
For the listeners, I should have said that. Yeah, Martin Short and Steve Martin. Yeah.
It's just they're always together. It's
that's it, right?
What they do. Yeah.
I do that more times than I care to admit. I'm like, oh, this person, that person, assuming everyone knows who the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, you got to read the room, Klayre. I mean, I should have gotten here earlier.
Fuck you. Also, this is funny since you mentioned that. One thing about my show is, and even and this holds true for SoundCloud too, because I have a lot of traffic from outside. Well, I have it from everywhere, but it amuses me that if I'm on, if I'm doing my regular show, I always have to keep in mind that because I'm North American and Canadian, right? Some of the things I'm going to talk about don't connect.
I would take that a step further, even how you talk about things. I was talking to a British friend of mine. Like at this moment in time, they don't have colloquialisms like that. Like we have different ways of saying the same thing, right?
Exactly.
And it's all over the place. Every time I'm at a party and there's a British guy there, I'll make him say aluminum and laboratory for me, and then just spend the next 20 minutes pissing my pants. My wife and I were at a folk festival when we first hooked up, so I'm like 23, 24, and it's a big outdoor folk festival, big crowds, and this British guy comes up to me and he says I think he wanted to buy ecstasy. I had some extra, and I said, look, I'll give you the ecstasy, but you need to say aluminum and laboratory for me.
Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that talk, eh? You're fine, but just keep a leash on that kind of talk.
What kind of talk?
Narcotics.
Drug talk?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean ecstasy, the drug. I meant like just having a good time, like a state of ecstasy.
Too late, just to be aware.
Well, why not tell me that before I come on, man?
I did.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I did. Anyway,
go ahead.
Go ahead, my darling. You're okay.
You can't give me a compliment sandwich. Don't chastise me and then call me darling. We're not friends anymore. Anyway, he says aluminium and laboratory.
Yes.
And I laugh my ass off. And then like 20 minutes later, they introduced some quasi-famous band on stage, and who walks out but the guy that I had spoken to earlier about non-drug related things. So it was awesome. It was weird, but you fucked up the momentum of that story so bad.
What's that?
You know
Say
what
again?
you did. I said you fucked up the momentum of that story so bad.
Whatever. It's my show. I'm not apologizing.
I don't want you to feel bad.
I should clarify and say that as long as we're not talking about consuming substances, we're okay.
Can we talk about selling them?
I don't know.
Can we talk
Try
about
it.
producing them? You're killing stories here. All right, fine. So how about them Jays, eh?
How about them Maple Jays?
That's a sports team, right? The Blue Jays, they play baseball or something? That's the one with the bat?
According to a friend of Tristan's, yes.
You're like, I know this straight dude who says that is in fact a thing.
No, it's a girl.
Oh,
and she's
shit.
actually a fan of the Blue Jays.
Oh, I thought you were just making a joke. That's a real thing.
Well, I was being real and making a joke because she calls them the Maple Jays.
Why the Maple Jays?
I don't, because of the Maple Leafs and the Blue Jays. She combined the two just to be silly.
Go local sports team.
There you go. Yeah. Why? What did you have in mind about manufacturing narcotics?
Well, no, I had like 9 cue cards, and now I've got 1 left. I was like, no.
You did not have cue cards.
No, that reeks of preparedness. So,
well, that makes one of us. Fuck you! Fuck! I run a show. You think I'm prepared? Jeez, thanks for the vote of confidence, though.
I think the words "running" and "show" mean different things to you than they do to me.
Rihanna will be the first to say to you and any of my mods that I don't give a fuck. I am the most unprofessional girl around.
Rihanna's doing a great job, hands down. I'm talking about you.
I'm being notified that the advocacy toward narcotics is a no-no. We can't do that.
Okay, define advocacy. And I'm not trying to be smart. I just want to know where the line is. Can I say I knew a guy who OD'd or anything, or?
We can talk about our experiences, and that's about it.
Well, that was an experience. Anything that's happened when I logged on earlier, that's now an experience because it happened in the past. So every drug story would be about an experience, unless I said I'm going to do something in the future. So am I to understand that as long as it's not about the future, we're okay? Again, not being funny. I just need guidelines. I can't be unsupervised like this.
And like in the now.
Okay. Yes, the present.
Can't happen.
That will never happen.
That'll get me blacklisted.
I will never ever speak about drugs in the present. 5 minutes ago is a different story, though, right? Like I can talk about 5 minutes ago, right?
And it's simply because I'm on Twitch and I'm not behind a paywall.
I play dumb, but you think I don't know the inner workings of that?
Then stop playing dumb.
But
no, I know what Rhea's saying. Rhea's telling me that we just can't say shit like drugs are good.
Promoting them, yeah.
Bingo.
Oh, you're getting that now. Okay, cool.
I'm getting that in real time. I knew that, but I just need clarification for myself.
There's other things we can talk about. I just need to know where the limit is. So we can't talk about drugs in the now, but we're able to talk about cutting a man in half.
No, because we cannot condone, and nor are we condoning drug use.
No, that's my point, though. We can't talk about drug use, but we can talk about extreme violence, right?
I was scared of today.
Me too, because at my D&D session last night, I mispronounced.
I asked you about that. How was the campaign?
Everyone had a blast. I have 6 players now because we introduced a new one. We played for about 6 hours. But I mispronounced my new player at least 12 to 13 times. And they were cool with it. I mean, they knew that it was more to do with, I'm not bigoted, I'm slow-minded. It's don't see me as hateful, see me as stupid. Please, for the love of God. This whole time, I have a little sign above my tablet that says, do not dead name Klayre. And I just keep looking at it, praying to fucking God it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I'm not that smart. Like, if you have a mole on your face, it's going to be very hard for me to be not like, moly.
Moly.
Thank you. I'm glad you got the reference. I can't not do that. It's really difficult for me. And your viewers might not know this, and I hate the word, but I'm the biggest ally anyone has ever had. I will fuck someone up, but that doesn't mean I'm above making mistakes,
Well, we're human.
And like a good example is my name's Andrew on my birth certificate. That's my dead name. Hormones is my new name. Some people, when they see Andrew, they call me Drew. Now, Drew triggers me because in college I knew this misogynistic, racist guy named
dorky. Drew.
So it makes me angry, but I don't lose my shit on someone if they call me Drew. I just say, listen, I don't like that name. I prefer you call me X or whatever the case may be. I think if you correct someone and they're doing their best, we're confusing bigotry with accidents. That's not a good way to make friends.
Proceed.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm totally following what you're saying. Yeah, and I agree.
And I've experienced both. I mean, the gay clubs were my time in the late '90s. So,
oh yeah,
I ran into hell yeah, the best clubs in the world.
No, I'm not pinpointing the clubs. I'm trying to dig into what you just said you experienced.
Oh, I mean, I experienced dealing with the trans community or the gay community.
Gotcha.
Because a lot of my friends were, drag queens or trans or gay when I was in my clubbing days, we'll say.
Yeah.
And so when we would talk, I would get various reactions because, Klayre, not all gay people are the same. So you could learn a lot from that.
Oh, no, motherfucker, they're not.
Well, no one is. That's my point. And some people get really angry. If you explain to people what you're angry about, instead of getting angry, you make so much more headway, whether that's socialism, trans rights, abortion rights, women's rights. If you just scream at someone, they tune you out. You're not making any progress. You're angry at the wrong person. But if you explain to someone why that angers you calmly, you might convert so many people to your cause. Like, that's how revolution started.
It's the difference. It's the difference between, how do I phrase this? It's the difference between, like, say if you're irritated or angry or something, and you're having a conversation with a friend or your partner, even, somebody who you care about, right? And in that moment, you're having a vent session toward that person. For all intent and purpose, what you're leaning toward is the difference between yelling, like speaking to someone versus speaking at them.
Yes. And look, if you want to freak out and be angry at someone, I get it. Like, whether it's a racial thing or you're angry at something, and you have every right to be. And if your goal isn't understanding and empathy and recruitment, go ahead, be angry. But if I know I have some gay friends, male gay friends, who are like fighting for the the community and the cause, but all they do is yell at everybody. At the end of the day, that gay man made more homophobes in the community than he made allies. And then he's going to complain disproportionate ratio. He's a part of the problem, not the solution.
Yeah,
but he
agreed.
thinks, and that's where I get irritated.
People seem to think they have to throw a tantrum to be heard.
Yeah, and then they'll tell you when they're calm, well, I'm not an ambassador. Yeah, you are. You're just a shitty ambassador. Like you can't cherry pick these things, man.
No, you can't. No.
I don't know. I'm on a rant now. It really irritates me because
Hashtag Dennis Miller. I don't want to get off on a rant here, but
like my dad, my father. You knew my father.
Yes.
He was an activist. I mean, I knew when I was 6, apartheid was more important than Santa Claus in South Africa. Like,
very true.
I was raised. This is a race riot. This is, a union strike. Or I watched my dad on the TV get run over by vans because he was on the picket line. Like, political activism is strong in my house. And that just extended when I got older and I moved to Calgary and I saw, okay, well, there's new causes. We're not talking about unions anymore. We're talking about gay rights. At the time, late 90s, gay rights was way bigger than it is now. Now trans rights is kind of replaced that. And can I just say, I'm appalled, Klayre, how many gay men have a problem with trans rights? The idea that you work so hard to open a door and you are just as quick to shut it behind you on people is fucked up. Like, we watch Drag Race all the time and you see these gay men, they're like, yeah, but I fought so hard to be gay and my parents don't love me anymore. Yeah, what about that trans person? Fuck them. That's weird. What? Like, how can you fight so hard for your own rights and then turn around and do something like that? It's appalling. It's appalling.
Do you know how widespread that argument is?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just realizing it recently because in my simple mind, I thought if you're a gay activist, that would transfer. Like, trans is a camp, I imagine, not too far from gay. Like, I thought it would spread. I was wrong. Man, I was wrong.
Yep. I have a friend here. Her name is Carla, and she's an Oofy, but she lives here, and she's a firecracker as much as the day is long. And I knew this before I came out, and that was only strengthened by hanging out in the village. But Carla, we were talking one day, and she said to me that, and this is aside from the whole quote unquote internal racism, if you want to use that phrase, that happens in the queer community. But Carla once said that for people like her and me in the trans community, we are two things. I said, what? She said, we are the most feared and fetishized communities in the world.
But that's how the gay community started. That's why it's weird to me that the empathy isn't transferable.
It's not,
like,
right?
When the gay movement started, it was those two things you just mentioned. It was exactly those two things. So for me, if I had a hard time climbing a hill and I finally climbed that hill, the last thing I'm going to do is look at someone climbing it and be like, no, turn around, fuck off, go back.
And that's
like they're having the same
it
problem.
Happens every day.
But it's fucked up. Like,
it is fucked up.
I'm disappointed, to be frank. Like,
yep.
When I was young and idealistic, like in my 20s, and I was at protests and all that shit, I just assumed that once the gays had made it, there's air quote, they would prop the door open. They would prop the door open at least for anyone to follow. They were like, we had it so hard.
It's
motherfucker. Like, I thought when the women's movement climaxed, it would mean women in Africa, who are also women, by the way, they would give a fuck about that too. But women's lib just meant women's rights in North America for some reason.
That's it. Yeah.
I just, I don't get that. Yeah, I don't get it, man.
No, I know.
If I fight for the right to love eating hamburgers, I think that's universal. It shouldn't be like, well, I like relish on my hamburger. You're a fucking weirdo. Fuck off. That's weird. Like, it's beyond my comprehension. That's all. That's all I'm
As it
saying.
as it should be. It's a funny thing, isn't it?
Because I thought the gays were better than that, man.
For the listeners,
I expected more from them.
Rihanna's telling us that he's known people who look and act straight, but they are super gay, and I know someone who looks and acts super gay, but is straighter than a ruler.
Well, yeah, 100%.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Well, what does it mean to look straight or look gay? I mean, that's the problem, really. That's the reason I couldn't play with Barbies when I was a kid, because that had to mean you were gay.
Well, the math is easy, my friend.
But can't I just love dressing Barbie up because she has hips and boobies? Like, that sounds like the straightest thing in the world to me. But
that's my point. It's
I just
you know why it's unexpected? Because if you want to talk looking gay or looking straight, you look like a fucking accountant right now, but you like Barbie.
I like so many things that I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to say because I was chastised earlier. I was told to say anything, and then I was told I couldn't say things. So, no, people look at me. Absolutely, you're right. And they think, well, Excel spreadsheets, which I do love, but I also enjoy doing lots of candy on the weekends and living a bisexual dream.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fact that you look at me or look at you and make these assumptions. I don't assume looking at you how much you love avocado. So why would I assume how much you love cock? It's insane. Like, people make these distinctions.
It's society, as my cousin says, who is a gender educator. It's societal biases.
Yeah. And it's okay to have these thoughts. And I think that's where, like, my sister's, she organizes the Pride Parade in Toronto every year with CIBC. Well, she did when she worked for the bank.
Yes.
And she's one of these fighters. But
is she?
I just think we need to make it a non-issue. Like, I think we're moving in the wrong direction. There's more important things going on, like class warfare, poverty, homelessness, working poor. Why are we talking about gay and trans? That's the least of our worries as a society. Like, what you want to do with your gender and sexuality, mustard still costs the same. You know, you're not affecting my life. Like, why is this an issue?
For the listeners, everything hormones is saying right now with these references in terms of gender or sexuality and the cost of mustard. We did speak of that privately before today, and I wholeheartedly agree with what he's saying.
I just think it's unimportant
because it doesn't fucking matter.
It bothers me how much energy we spend on who someone wants to spend their life with or share their bed with, when our society has so many other things we should be talking about. We're talking about it right now. Think about that.
Yeah, right. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, right. That's my problem with the whole thing, though. Is it doesn't matter, but it does.
People have asked me over the years how I feel and stuff, and because I've got fucking queer history going back to like God knows when, before Stonewall. And
I was just gonna make a Stonewall, but you beat me to it. Continue.
No, there's a whole world of it before Stonewall, but people ask me, because I'm a trans woman, how I look at the world now, and depending on my mood and who I'm talking to, that's a really complicated question, because I can give you surface value, or I can give you the fucking ABC on it.
Now, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to rob you of agency right now, but let me ask you this. Yeah, you have problems because of how you identify, and I have problems too. Like I said, like how you brought it up, how someone might view me because of my outward appearance. Now, I'm not comparing apples and oranges or my struggle to yours. Are you okay? You having a heart attack?
I'm okay.
Just a piece of chicken working its way through, or what?
I'm a smoker.
You got to stop that shit.
It's a muscle spasm. Happens all the time. It's from breathing.
Okay.
It's two
Well, stop
muscles.
breathing.
It's basically two muscles laying on top of each other.
Sounds like last night.
No. How much do I pay to get that on pay-per-view?
No, I passed out before I could go down, so travesty. But what I was saying is,
Yes.
I think we focus, let's say being trans, you struggle with that. But if I outlined all your struggles, not enough money for rent, or rent's too high, can't buy enough booze, trans is too expensive. If I listed all of your and I's problems on a list, let's say we each listed 100 problems we face, I guarantee you less than 10 of them would be gender or sexuality based. Our commonalities would be the other 80 problems. But we focus on that 10 to 20%. It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Like we have more in common than the things that make us different. We talk about the things that make us different because it's obvious. We're like monkeys. Ooh, you're wearing blue sunglasses. I'm wearing red sunglasses. Let's talk about it. But we're both monkeys, and that's the disconnect. You see what? Are you laughing because you understand, or are you laughing because I'm nuts?
Both.
That's fair. I get that a lot.
That's an 80-20. That's an 80-20 split. I do agree.
Everything's an 80-20 split. When I raised my daughter, I said, anytime you make a broad, I don't know, prejudice, like, oh my God, these people are like that, 80-20. Like if you say men don't like playing with Barbies, 80-20. Women can't drive, 80-20. If you want to make any generalization, it's never 100%. I mean, I'm an engineer. Nothing's 100%.
In my best radio voice, we are live on the Klayre Avalon show today with a lifelong friend of mine, Hormones, from none other than my hometown. We are live to the fucking world today, guys, and we are talking about everything under the sun. My producer is telling us right now that a guy who was straight acted super camp with the hand waving and the mincing. I don't know what mincing is. So it confused people back then because they were basically the only stereotypes people could take cues from to determine if someone was gay or not.
You know how I know someone's gay?
This is from our live chat.
You know how I know a guy's gay? He has sex with other men.
Duh.
Mincing and hand movements and garb. It's insane that we associate that with. It can be a good indicator. I can be like 80-20. That guy's into dudes. But that's not what makes him into dudes. He didn't like put on a pink shirt that morning. I want to have sex with another man. It's correlation versus causality. Right?
Which also leans toward the idea of straight acting and not.
I hate the term straight and gay. It's so limiting. They're terrible words. We need to come up with a better system.
All I mean is aesthetically, because if you've never met Jake's brother Peter, but if you met Jake's brother Peter, you can't clock him.
Okay, but how do I clock?
You know what I mean.
I do, but I want you to vocalize it.
Peter looks like just any other motherfucker going down the street.
Do I look like any other motherfucker going down the street?
Yes.
Okay. So do I look straight or do I look gay?
Neither, and that's my point. Neither does Peter.
I was at a gay bar once, and I was hanging out with this stranger. We were leaning against the railing because I don't dance, and we weren't doing it, to be clear. And he, I said, no, I said we weren't. It's bad. And I made an observation to him. I said, you know how you can tell the straight guys from the gay guys in this club? I said, all the gay guys are wearing dark socks because it looks better with your dark pants or whatever. I said, all the straight guys are wearing white socks, you know, because that's what their mom always bought them.
Amazing.
Right? And he says to me, this is the best part. He leans in, he says, so what kind of socks do you have at home?
Bingo. Yeah. Love it.
I said about 80-20.
Rihanna's telling us that Hormones looks like he was the guy who invented LSD.
No, but he's a good friend of mine.
Well, there you go,
I'll-
Ree. We have live clarification. Yes, he doesn't know he didn't do it, but he knows the guy.
I know a guy who knows a guy that made drugs.
There you go. Yeah.
But I said it's 80-20 in my sock drawer. And he says 80% black or 80% white. And I said 80% white, man. Sorry. Like,
fucking hell.
But that's my point. Gay and straight is, I hate that. You know, how many white socks do you have in your sock?
But unfortunately, my darling, this is the world we live in.
Yes, but it's up to us to.
This is why we have the ability to have this conversation. Because me and you aren't those people.
You and I.
Fuck you.
Hopefully.
My mom used to do that to me all the time.
I know. I only do it because it bugs you. I don't really care.
I know you don't. I do it too.
My friends send me misspelled words in text all the time just to set me off. So, and that's fair. I do things to set them off.
Oh, are you grammatically the third right like I am?
You're an islander. I don't care if you live in the big city now and you're all like high class and movie.
No argument. I am both an islander and a Torontonian.
But your viewers might not know this, but an island characteristic is the minute I think we're friends, I will bug the shit out of you. I will attack you and tease you. If I don't think we're friends, I don't do that. A lot of people I've met from the mainland, they meet an islander and they'll come to me and say, I thought we were really good friends. And then one day the guy just starts tearing into me, making fun of me for no reason.
That's love.
That's love. Right? There's a similar thing in the gay community. Like, you don't be like, hey, bitch, your hair is thirsty until you like respect someone to a degree, right?
Totally.
Right? Marginalized communities. That's what we do.
How you feeling? Do you need a pee break? Do you need a drink break?
Is that a euphemism?
Oh, stop it.
No, I'm good. Do you need a pee break? Do you need to go to the washroom, Klayre?
I do.
Well, then go to the fucking washroom.
So you can take a break or you can interact with the chat. Rihanna's here for you.
No, I can't do that, but the minute you leave, I'm going to talk about everything I'm not supposed to. So your producer better have their finger on the escape button. I was joking. Damn, girl. Hello, everyone I can't see the chat of. I hope you're all enjoying the show. Klayre has momentarily disappeared to urinate. I think I can still say urinate. Check with your Twitch moderators to see if that's acceptable. Hard to tell anymore. Censorship was actually less stringent in the 80s than it is now. And that's when Tipper Gore and the Republicans, or Labor Party, no, not the Labor Party, they were the good guys. Thatcher. During the Thatcher years, we actually had a greater freedom of speech. That's what made Thatcher possible. You can't have a villain if there's no good guy, right? So. Indubitably. What's the chat button do? Grammar police. Tits.
Oh, sorry for the pause, guys. Fine fucking radio show. I've never been accused of being professional. For the listeners here on SoundCloud and the recording when it gets there on YouTube, and the VODs for as long as it's there on Twitch. It is, what fucking day is this? This is fucking New Year's Day, motherfuckers. Happy New Year, wherever in the world you are. If you are in Asia, it's already Monday, so happy belated New Year. In the Philippines especially. Oh God, what a fucking show this is. We are live and direct. We are linking Toronto, Ontario with my hometown on the east coast of Canada today. Kept in company by most of my folks over in England. Fun enough.
How many people? Like 4?
What's that? How many people?
Yeah, I just want to know how many people are watching me get drunk. I mean, I'm not getting drunk now, but earlier in the past, I got drunk, and some of the effects are lasting.
You're allowed to say you're drinking. I'm drinking on camera.
Well, then I'm very unclear where the line is. If it's legal, is that the line?
That's not my fault. Yes, legality. Yes.
I'm not blaming you. I'm seeking clarification. So, since weed's legal here, can we talk about weed?
Of course we can.
Can we promote it?
No.
Okay. See, I don't know these things. I don't have platforms like you do. So.
Oh, when did Shelly get here?
Shelly's here? Okay.
You said platforms.
Yeah, but your viewers don't know the joke, so it's.
That's true. Yeah. For context, when I found out that my father died, my sister unequivocally told me not to talk about his death on any of my quote unquote platforms. And I wanted to say, what the fuck are these platforms, you think? Yeah, Rihanna's telling me something I already knew. We can't advocate, but because it's legal here in Canada, where I broadcast from, we're good. We can talk about it all.
Well, that's why I'm trying to find the X factor. So it's legality. If it's legal, we're okay, right?
Because I am a Canadian broadcaster. Yes.
No. I'm not even being facetious. I just. My whole life is finding out where the line is. That's since second grade. That's my jam.
It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I can't be unsupervised. I need to know where the fence is.
I know you can't.
I'm a loose goddamn cannon. Otherwise,
I know this. Yes.
You're like, oh, relax, make yourself at home, and then you got no pants on, like. Or dress for the job you want, not the job you have, and then you show up dressed like the boss's wife, and everyone gets upset. Like, you said I could. You told
you show up dressed like the boss's wife.
The job I wanted at the time,
Amazing.
But no one. They weren't clear on the rules, Klayre.
But that all depends on how the boss's wife is dressed.
That didn't matter. I knew what job I wanted.
So there you go. Yeah.
And then they're like, that's offensive.
So going back to something that Hormones mentioned, and so did I at the top of the show. The would-be title of the show was
Yes.
Your father's dead, but I can't do that. Do we want to talk about the elephant in the room and get it over with?
Why can't you do that? Is that another rule?
No, it's not.
Oh, you just don't want to talk about it. That's fine.
No, I just can't title my show that.
Oh, because the profanity will get flagged?
No, it's just I can talk about it all I want.
Okay.
I just can't put "So Your Father's Dead" in my title.
Why not? Is it like too many characters, or what's the problem?
It's just it's a community guideline thing.
That's what I'm asking. Like, is it a
Mm-hmm.
someone might find that offensive? Okay. Well, that's like when I tried to make my username on Twitch because I thought
For
up until a few hours ago.
Rihanna is saying it's promoting it, which basically means I'm glorifying someone's death.
Oh my God! God forbid. I swear to God, the Victorians lived in a greater age of enlightenment than we do. Like, and it's mob rule. The masses decide what's offensive, and we all have to fall in line. It doesn't matter what you and I find offensive; it's what they do.
Yep.
We used to call that lynching back in the day, but now it's digital, so it's not.
But make no mistake, I will. I can and have and will talk about my father's death, and I'm not apologizing for that.
That's up to you. I mean, you can talk about death. You just can't glorify it, I guess. You can't say, like, everyone else's dad should die.
No, I would
Like,
never
that's the
do
line.
that. My God. Come on now. But you know what I mean? Yeah.
I do know what you mean. I mean, I shouldn't joke about it too much, but, and your viewers might not know this, but I lost my father 3 to 4 years ago. And when I found out that Klayre lost her father, and you can attest to this, I left my mom's house, jumped in the car, and called you. I said, I got to go right now and call her, because it's one of those unifying events. I'm sure it's the same way, like anything traumatic, like, oh, you were in a tsunami, and then I was in a tsunami, or you lost a child, and I lost a child. These are like, you don't call your friend because you like peanut butter and they do too. Like, there's certain events that unify you, and losing a parent is a potent experience, right? So I called you right away, and we had a long chat.
Yes,
I
you
walked
did.
around looking for pork tips for an
Did
hour
you
and a
ever
half.
did you ever find the pork tips?
No. Remember, I told you
Oh,
my wife's gonna have to go without tips tonight, and which I forget what you said. No, I think you said that, and I said, "Well, pork tips at least." So, and then I said, "That's why she's so shitty at math, because I've been telling her this is 6 inches her whole life."
yes. Cheers.
Cheers. I am very unclear on what I'm allowed to say anymore. Because coming into this, you were very Willy Wonka about it. You were like, "No, it's cool, be yourself," and that might work for most people, but that's can't tell me to be. When people tell me to be myself, it's usually followed with, "Sir, we're gonna have to ask you to leave now."
Well, there's a
So,
reason. There's a reason for that. It's really simple. On my normal show, um, uh, through my OBS and
yep,
all that,
yep.
my like without guests and everything, right? Um, my show, and I've done it in like the last week, for God's sakes. Um, I have gotten uh inarguably filthy on recent shows, and nothing is going to happen. I'm not going to be reported or anything like that, but
Oh,
that said, there are certain, and I
but
don't
I find
even.
it intriguing. What red flags? That's kind of where I'm coming from. Because 20 years ago, what would red flag you is different from now,
Oh,
and in
very
20
much
years
so.
from now, it'll be very different again. It's arbitrary, is my point. I'm not saying there's not rules. I get them. I'm just claiming the rules are arbitrary. Like, 20
and I
years ago,
and
I could be like, "Oh, my wife got hysterical, so I slapped a broad." Ha 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 ha. And everyone would have thought that was fine. But
and I
it's
and I knew what Rihanna just told us live. We can say what we want. We just can't glorify or promote anything.
yeah. Well, it's that's why All in the Family was such a great show.
It
Archie
so was.
Bunker,
Oh my God, good call. Go ahead.
not a B, but that's the premise of the show. He's highlighting what's wrong with society. Even
Hmm.
though he's the star of the show, no one ever thought, well, he's promoting racism and misogyny. No, he was highlighting what was wrong with racism and misogyny. But you could never make that show today because people would say you're glorifying it.
Oh my God, no.
That's the problem. And what's with glorification? Do people actually watch shit and like? So I say, "Oh, murder's awesome," and someone goes murder someone. Like, how half baked and sheepish are you that someone else says something, and you go and think that's reality?
Be that as it may, this is how it works.
Oh, I know it's how it works, but how it works is crazy.
Oh, I agree.
Remember Joe Camel, cartoon, smoked cigarettes?
Oh, yes.
He was a cartoon camel for Camel cigarettes, and he smoked cigarettes. They banned him back in the 80s.
Poor Joe.
The thinking was he was a cartoon and kids love cartoons. If they see Joe Camel smoking, they're going to smoke.
All of a sudden, smoking is cool.
And exactly. Now, a senator in the United States proposed an idea. He said, if that's true, let's suspend disbelief for a moment and believe that kids are going to do anything Joe Camel does because it's cool. If we show Joe Camel cleaning his room and doing his homework, are we going to have an epidemic of well-behaved kids across this country? No. So that disproves your earlier theory about the smoking, right? A kid who wants to smoke is going to see Joe Camel smoking and use it as justification. But a kid who doesn't want to smoke is going to ignore him. Joe Camel didn't dictate what young people were doing.
Of course not.
Any more than you and I do if we promote something on here. People who want to do it are going to use us as an excuse to do it. And people who don't do it are going to see us as a reason not to do it. It's egomaniacal to think you and I control fuck all.
Right? Like, who the fuck am I?
Oh, if I thought for a second anyone listened to me, my daughter included, that would be terrifying.
Yeah, right?
So. Stupid.
I'm hearing my own voice. I sound fucking horrible.
You sound great.
Do I?
If I had your voice, I'd do like phone shit.
No, Rihanna was telling me that my bit rate is low. I'm an octave low.
I don't know what that means, but you sound the same now as you did when we started.
That's the problem.
I think you have a great voice, don't you?
No, I can hear it. I'm like Lurch right now.
No, I think like Marlene Dietrich. Is that her name, or am I doing that right?
Oh, you went there.
She was an glamour queen.
I know exactly who Marlene Dietrich is.
Yeah.
When the lights go on again,
What did I say,
all
Drag Race?
over the world.
She's selling me Marlene Dietrich.
Actually, when the lights go on again isn't Marlene Dietrich. My own Lily Marlene is Marlene Dietrich.
See, you know more about her than I do. So
she's German, and actually, that song isn't even hers. She just did the German version of it.
Yeah, you know how the Germans are, taking things that aren't theirs the whole time.
I heard a rumor. Oh, for some reason, Rihanna is still on this narcotic thing. You can say, I've taken drugs before and I had a real good time, but you can't add, you should give it a go.
In the future, I think we've already established it's a present, past, future tense issue, which makes it more ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no.
So I did 5 minutes ago, but I'm not doing it now.
No, Rihanna is just doing her job, so it's cool. It's cool.
No, I don't want to harsh on her because she sounds way better than you at her job. So
everyone's way better at my job than me.
I come out and say it because you're my friend, but it's true. You know what I love the most about our paradigm?
Yeah.
I don't know what you do to pay the rent, and you don't know what I do. Like, we've talked for hours, and it's never come up.
I'm in supply chain.
And I'm in marketing.
For all intent and purpose.
That's what I tell. That's what I tell the underage girls I meet.
You're not in marketing. You're in web dev.
I don't meet them now. I used to meet them in the
Just
past.
shut up. But no, when unlike yourself, when I say I'm in supply chain, I mean it.
I mean it too. Why you gotta be like that?
Because I know how you are about work talk.
I hate work talk.
See?
You know, Megan and I were together for 2 years before she knew what I did.
Why do you have such a hard on against what you do for a living?
Because if I'm not being paid to work or talk about work, I'm not gonna. When I'm at work, someone's paying me to do something. Great. I'll lay bricks. You're paying me to lay bricks. The minute I go home, I'm not being paid to talk about laying bricks. I hate people. I visit them. Hey, man, what's going on? Oh, well, today at work, blah. Okay. Are you still on the clock, asshole? Then talk to me about something else. It's insane.
I have a coworker who thinks exactly like that.
I just think it's boring. I don't know.
And he's been one of my operators for like a year or so now, and his ideology is because he'll show up for shift at like anywhere between 5 minutes to when he should be on the platform to 15 minutes when he should be, and
Right.
He is a staunch believer in the fact that and I'll preface what I'm about to say by saying that he also used to do what do you call it, billable hours, contract work.
Okay.
So
Right.
he is a staunch believer in the fact that if he's at home getting ready for work for a 6 o'clock shift, he should be getting paid for that.
I agree.
So that's why he shows up 5 minutes before he should.
I agree. I used to work for Pure Later. They're a Teamsters union. You may have heard of them. Jimmy Hoffa started it. I don't know where he's at right now. No one does. But he started the Teamsters union. When I worked for them, his son, Jimmy Hoffa Jr., was my union boss.
I know who the Teamsters are.
I know you do. That's why it's funny.
And for the listeners, for those who don't know who the Teamsters are, look it up.
Labor union.
Yeah. Well, it goes a little deeper than that.
Yes, but they have a labor party over there. We don't have that here. Like, and your viewers can correct me if I'm wrong. If someone says I vote labor, that kind of, you know where they stand on political issues. Here we don't have that kind of. NDP's probably that we have here.
There you go.
Someone
Exactly.
Vote NDP, you're like, okay, you socialist hippie, fucking, you know.
Jasmeet Singh and his whole posse.
How awesome was the guy that died? Jack Layton?
Right?
He was our Kennedy. If he hadn't died, this country would look. I don't believe in democracy or elections, but he was our best shot. Like, great guy, Asian wife, socialist, just, and the NDP won more seats under him than they ever did in this country. Like, my dad always voted NDP, and I would just laugh at him every 4 years. Like, hell yeah, they got one seat out of like 300. Good job, Dad. And
Rihanna,
then under Layton.
Sorry, but Rihanna's telling us, fuck the Labour Party, and I'm as common as fuck.
Oh, is she from England?
Yes.
And she hates the Labour Party. How old is she?
It's reorganized, and he's a guy. This is how I
sorry. Yeah, I've been doing this for 24 hours. How old is he?
I don't know.
I bet under 30.
Nope.
Oh. I stand corrected. 80-20 rule. There was a 20% chance I was wrong.
No.
So can I ask Rihanna what she does? Like, where on the spectrum does she vote? Left to right?
Rihanna is reorganized, is turning 40 in 2 weeks.
does he consider himself a leftist, a centrist, right wing?
I'll let him answer that.
That's probably best.
Well,
I know how you trans people are always trying to rob us straight guys of our agency, so.
I'm not deaf, motherfucker.
I just got to be me, man. I'm a peacock. I got to fly.
The Labour Party has been hijacked by the lefties now, so he says.
Yeah, I get that because we have the reverse problem in Canada. The Liberals were hijacked by the centrists. They used to be a left-wing party, but now they're basically conservative light over here.
Do we have?
Are we talking?
Is this what this has turned into? Because I do not want to talk about politics.
Yeah. And since someone's so critical of what we talk about, I think they should pick the new topic.
My show is not political, and everyone who knows my show knows I don't talk about politics.
Let's agree to never do that again.
It's just pointless.
It is. New topic, new seat. The Mad Hatter's Tea Party. New chair.
I don't give a fuck what your view is. It's a fucking pissing contest, and it annoys me.
I don't even believe in democracy, so let's move on. Letting stupid people decide what happens is not a good idea.
So how's your mom?
Still hot.
Good.
So. Oh my God.
I know she is.
I know
she is. I've seen pictures.
I will go to your mom's and hate fuck her just to even the score.
Start that again.
I said, if you make moves on my mother, I'm gonna go to your house, and I will hate fuck your mom just to even the score.
Well, it wouldn't be my house, so have at it.
It was symbolic. I want to go to your childhood. New topic.
My childhood. I don't even. Yeah.
I'm never doing this again.
Yes, you are. You know it.
We're done. Remember how we used to be friends? Dunzo.
I love you.
I hope it was worth it. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight. I was like, I did my best, and it wasn't enough. So, I don't know.
Your best is more. You know, I love you.
You say that, but you don't show it. That's why I love you, Klayre. You know I don't have feelings. You can't hurt someone's feelings if they don't have them.
It's like the whole thing. You can't offend the offender.
No.
You can't bullshit a bullshitter.
I cry way more than my wife and daughter do, though. I'll tell you that straight up. We watched Toy Story 2 or Wreck-It Ralph. At certain points in the movie, they both turn their head like they share a brain, and they look at me. Dad's gonna cry now.
Oh boy,
you're crying. I'm a very emotional guy. I think that's why you and I connect a lot, though, is we don't fit these molds. Like when you and I grew up in the 80s, there was only like 4 molds. There was cheerleader, quarterback, nerd, beauty queen. It was like Ferris Bueller's Day Off or Breakfast Club. 5 things you could be. But what if you didn't want to be those 5 things? Or what if you liked 3 parts of one thing and 2 parts? There was no room for us, right? And I think we both pretended. And I hate to... Our struggles are different. Don't ever think I'm marginalizing your experience when I say this. But I hope you understand that I had a similar experience. Like, we both had to hide things. We both had to pretend to be one of those 5 things, whether that was us or not, right?
Yeah. Speaking of the day, one thing I always hold dear is the basement.
Everyone talks about my basement.
Right?
Everyone I went to school with talks about my basement. It was the place to be. You could do anything there because I have friends that came home from rehab and went to my house instead of their house. Like hospital bracelets still on, you know.
Oh,
My house was a
wow.
safe place.
It really
You could be
was,
anything you
yes.
wanted there. You could be high, you could be gay, you could be on a DUI, you could be running away from home, and
Hmm.
my mom would make you, and my dad would, tell you how you're fighting the good fight. I mean, I knew that growing up. My house was better than a lot of my friends' houses were for them. Like my mom and dad were more of a mother and father to a lot of people than their own parents, but not to me. What people don't realize is I lived there. The standard was higher for me. You could show up with a fucking IV needle in your arm and they would have welcomed you in. I can't come home, with mascara on. That would be a fucking, yeah.
Oh, I lived that too.
Yeah, but I think your dad would be as upset if I showed up with mascara.
There was you remember where I lived on Green Street, right?
The big place that had like 6 apartments in it,
No, on Green Street.
across from that convenience store.
Yes. Well, around the corner from it.
We used to go in the basement and we'd sneak into other people's basements because it was all like a network of tunnels.
No, that was when I was living
What
on
am I?
Northumberland, just up the street from you when we did the B&Es.
No, not that. We're not talking about that. Beanies are bad kids. Um, no, you remember SIS? You lived a block south of SIS in that giant apartment complex.
In grade 6, yes.
Yeah. The gay guy opened the convenience store across the street.
Carl
Carl. We used
Petrie.
to go in the basement, and because it was one of these old slave owners' homes, it used to be a single family dwelling, but now it's cut up into like 6 apartments. And you used to take me in the basement and show me how we could sneak into other people's basements because it was like this rat maze tunnel down there.
Oh, in
You
my
don't remember that?
building. I do, yes. I showed you how all the units were connected underground.
Yeah, like you pull apart a piece of plywood. Now we were in your neighbor's basement.
That was creepy.
Super creepy.
We would go down to our part where the curtain was in the foundation
Yeah.
where Mom had all her stuff, and we would open the curtain and the rest of the building was right there.
Yeah.
I've
That's what
gone
I'm
through
saying.
I've gone through that on my own, and that was the scariest thing I ever did. Like fuck, that
I
creeped
was
me
scared.
out.
You weren't scared though. You were showing me around. You're like, and this is their basement, and this is their basement, and I was like having heart palpitations.
I don't remember you doing that with me.
Oh, I do. I
Oh,
do.
oh,
I also
okay.
remembered I hated your room because you had those sliding doors.
Yes,
I thought that was so cool.
because my room wasn't actually a room.
No, and you probably thought that sucked, but I thought it was awesome.
No, I thought it was great.
It was super cool. And we used to listen to those comedy albums. Who was that
Jai-
guy you loved?
Who?
He made all those shitty comedy albums. Like he was singing and doing jokes at the same time.
That could have been anybody back then.
You were always into the shit that no one else saw the value in, and it became a cult classic. But you were into things before they were cult classics. Whatever you're into right now, Klayre, is going to be a cult classic in 20 years.
I remember when I was living in that building, I had my first dual tape deck cassette player, and Dad bought me Ozzy Osbourne Howl at the Moon.
Oh my god.
And I also had Jive Bunny and the Master Mixers.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And you were huge
yeah.
into
Sorry?
You were big into Fresh Prince at the time.
Was I?
Yeah, you were.
Oh, okay.
You were right into him. Parents Just Don't Understand. Remember that?
West Philadelphia, born and raised. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you were always on the edge,
I've been told
fringe.
that I've been told that a few times.
Yeah.
I remember when we were in Three Oaks, and I was my high school bully was Tommy Bigger, but I also knew Daryl Richards and Tyler Gallant, and I learned through Tyler that Tommy, even though I lived next to Tommy during Three Oaks on Hawthorne Avenue, uh, it was Tyler who told me that he put Tommy to the ground. He beat the fuck out of him, and he said, "I'll do it again."
You mean the founding members of Basement, the rap
Yes,
group?
yes. For the listeners in my high school and me in Hormones High School, Three Oaks, Summerside, there was a rap group by the name of Basement, Bassmint,
I'm glad you
and
spelled it. That's important.
it was Tommy Bigger, it was Daryl Richards, it was Ray Corkum, and Tyler Gallant.
But it was you guys. I think it's worth pointing out though that I think a lot of your listeners, if you say they were in a rap group, okay, they did this pre Kurt Cobain killing himself. Like what
Yes.
people aren't from the 90s don't understand is that guitars outsold turntables every year since the 60s until Kurt Cobain killed himself. And then almost overnight, turntables took off. Like we're talking Dr. Dre's era. But they did it before it was cool, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It was, we were all like, at least myself, I was like, a rap band? What the fuck? What is this, Compton?
I remember when I was in school with when we were in school, I should say, with Tommy and Ray Corkum and all the boys. Do you remember the Three Oaks paper?
No, that sounds like something my nerd self should have been involved. I'm almost jealous now I wasn't a part of that.
It was this fly-by-night thing that Mrs. Marchbank tried to get off the ground, and it barely flew. Point mentioning it is, one lunch hour, I had Ray Corkum in the library because I took it upon myself because I was a wigger in those days, and I wanted to interview Ray because I knew him and I knew he was mixed up with Randy or Ray, I should say, and I wanted to interview him as a rapper.
Right.
And I did. But because I was in high school and I didn't know what I was doing, my piece never made the paper.
Was there a high stand? Like, was the bar that high at Three Oaks getting in the paper?
No, it wasn't. I was just an idiot.
No, I would say avant-garde. Like, you were into rap and rave culture and graffiti. Remember that?
Yes.
Before it was on anyone else's radar. Like, if social
media
days,
yes.
You were into it before it was trending. Let's put it that way.
For our generation, yes.
Yeah, but you were always ahead of the curve, man. I'm sure, and you still are.
You know what? I'm not bragging or anything, but everything you just said is why Tyler Gallant respected me.
Yeah, and I'm sure many others that you don't know their names. It's
because Tyler and me have had this conversation. I was into the goats, I was into the alcoholics and all this fucking stuff, and he's like, who knows about this shit?
If you're going to be avant-garde, you're going to take your licks. It's not an easy path.
But right? Was it avant-garde? It wasn't.
Everything you were into became multi-million-dollar industries 3 years later.
Fucking hell.
Right? Think about it, man.
I guess it just.
I got into agriculture 8 years after you. I was like chicks and panties. Not now, back in the past. I was like, this is tuned into this. That's what I almost said your name back then because it was your name back then. That's what he was talking about. Fuck. I'm way off base on this shit. Maybe graffiti's cool too. I don't know. I'm questioning all my principles.
I still do it. Tag.
And I told you that, remember, when we first reconnected a few weeks ago, I said that to you when you said you were intimidated by me or you thought we weren't friends anymore. I just thought you were so way ahead of the curve, like Tesla style, you know?
We didn't reconnect a few weeks ago.
I knew you were going to call me on that. We didn't have to reconnect because we have an ongoing thing. But a couple of weeks ago, we started talking more, speaking more, I guess.
For some
Right?
reason, Reorganizes is saying that Klayre is a trendsetter. Whatever.
Yeah. And everything that you think is weird right now is going to be cool in 5 years.
I just don't give a. I just don't give a fuck.
I know, but that sense of alienation is part and parcel with being what you and I do.
I mean, this is fucking stupid. Like, I'm a trendsetter. Yeah, who the fuck am I?
Yeah, but alternately, your next breath is going to be like, all these people think I'm weird and hate me. Yeah, because that's the same thing. That's the same job. So, congratulations? Question mark.
I just don't think about it because I don't care.
I think you don't think about the positives, but I don't know. Without people like you, nothing. You're unrealistic, so you don't. You want the world to change instead of you changing. Realistic people change themselves because the world is.
To put Reorganizes comment into realism, I'm not a trendsetter.
No, you are, though. That's the point. You are a trendsetter. But you have this weird love-hate. You're like Andy Warhol or something. Like, you hate the masses and shape them at the same time. Like, you're a visionary. Like, you're an artist. You really are. And I don't float that term around too much because I hate it. But it's you not caring is the reason that it works. Right? If you didn't care about Bitcoin tomorrow, I would buy a shit ton of it. Like, if you didn't care about Monero tomorrow, I would double down. Like, it's a talent. I mean, we all have these weird esoteric talents. That's yours.
I suppose.
Yeah. The fact that you don't acknowledge it is part of it. I love that you don't see the irony of that. You're like, ugh, I just wear leather jackets, but they're not cool. The fact that you think they're not cool, it makes them cool. Like, it's this weird, ironic snake eating its own tail bullshit. Like, I can't explain to you because you can't see it. If you saw it, it would cease to exist, right?
I'm just me.
I know you are, buddy. You keep doing you. We'll follow. We're gonna be 3 years late.
For the listeners, Reorganizes telling us you may not be now, but it sounds like you were as a teen, even if you didn't realize it back then. Elaborate on that, Ray.
Who, you?
I don't know what Ray's talking about.
Okay.
As much as I don't want to talk about myself.
Yeah, you turtle up when this happens. Let's talk about something else then.
Because it's boring. I'm boring. Like, what the fuck?
No, I think you're fascinating, but the last thing I want to do is make you uncomfortable emotionally.
No, physically, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm bored. I don't want to talk about myself. None
of the visionaries do. You think Warhol talked about himself? You think Picasso talked about himself?
I didn't come on air today to talk about myself.
Dolly? I don't think Dolly ever talked about himself.
I mean, fuck me.
So, I know, but I feel it's incumbent upon me to at least highlight this. Like, okay, did I invite you to my show?
Start a show and I'm there front row.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's my point.
Like Andy, Ria's telling us, like Andy said, you were the first to listen to EDM. You called it EDM, you motherfucker, and do graffiti and
Also,
stuff like that.
hormones. So
And I was not the first. I was the I just happened to have a skill in the '90s, but graffiti goes
you
back
were
to
the
the
first.
'70s.
You were the first here. Here,
Was
you were the
I?
first. You say wigger, but now hip hop culture, no one even thinks it transcends racial divides. Now we just call it hip hop culture. But when
Chris,
you were doing it hip hop culture didn't exist. Graffiti. Now I
sure
can
it did.
watch like a home and garden TV show about like graffiti in the suburbs. But you were doing that before that happened.
What are you talking about?
Tagging. I remember in ancient history, you used to
Hip
talk to
hop.
me about tagging.
No, 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 no. Hip hop culture, if you want to pinpoint that for a second, existed 20 years before me and you did.
But white suburban kids didn't have a name for it until way after you were into it. When you were doing it, no one was like, "Oh, that's X, that's that guy, and he's doing hip hop culture." They're like, "What the fuck's he into?" Like, you were an outcast because you're like tragically hip. You're ahead by a century, and
Well, I was an outcast for many reasons.
that's your cross to bear. It's a compliment, but I'm also like, suck it up, Buttercup, because it'll always be that's your lot in life.
Speaking of outcast, you do realize that one of my sole purposes was getting out of our high school alive.
That was all of our purposes. I graduated in June, province in October. I was like, yeah. I didn't know a soul in Calgary. I had a bit of
Fuck.
cash and a suitcase. Never been on an airplane before in my life. And I flew out to Calgary. Like, I can't get far enough away from this place.
I left town the same way. When I left town in 2003, in April that year, I left with absolutely no money, and I was carrying everything I could in 2 duffel bags.
Yeah. Guns N' Roses style.
Yeah, right. Or what's that song "Fallen Angel" by Poison?
They did do that song, yeah.
Stepped off the bus, out
But
into the
that's what
city
you and I have
streets.
Carolina like that. I couldn't wait to get away from here. The problem with PEI is it's full of islanders. Apart from that, it's a great place.
The part about PEI, the PEI's problem is it's full of PE Islanders.
Yep.
Those
100%.
fucking locals.
Yep.
Make it all from
Otherwise,
make it all people from away, as we say, or from across.
well, that's the thing. You grow up on an island. Bermuda is the same way. I got friends from Bermuda, Jamaica. Island mentality is different from the rest of the world. And I know why. If you live on an island, there's the border. It's water. It's us, water, and the rest of the world. If you live in Saskatchewan, it's hard to base your culture around an arbitrary line on a road. Oh, on Highway 47, it's not Saskatchewan anymore. Like, that's hard to wrap your head around conceptually. But on an island, it's easy. You're like, there's us, some water, and everyone else, and they suck, right?
In For the listeners, my graduation year was supposed to be 1996, but I actually got out in the summer of 1998.
Really?
I turned into what we refer to as a part-time student. I did an extra year and a half. The 1997-98 school year, I did the first semester, and then I was off until June when I had to go back and graduate. And that night, I did the whole grad thing and whatever. I was there in my fucking robe and the whole thing. And
Safe grad?
no, I didn't do that. I didn't give a fuck.
Continue.
But me and my bestie Robin Gallant, Phil Gallant's brother, we crashed a few parties. But literally the night of my grad, me and someone who I will refer to as Head Witch and her best friend jumped in his car and tried to get lost. This is a reference to what you're saying about PEI.
Right.
But all three of us looked at each other and said, let's go for a drive. And off we went. And our sole goal was to try and get lost on PEI.
You can't.
And so we went down to Cavendish and we went everywhere. We went to Delvey by the Sea. We went to Cavendish. We had Thunder Cove. We went to every dirt road we could find. And we would go down the whole thing and we would come out on a main road.
Yep.
And we started getting pissed off at each other. Like, how the fuck do you get lost in this province?
Can't. That's why it's awesome.
And so for the listeners, Prince Edward Island in Canada, on Canada's East Coast, the Maritimes as we call it, it's the smallest province in Canada, and you cannot get lost there.
No. And I'd like to point out, after I moved to Alberta, I didn't realize there's no predatory animals here. I grew up partying on PEI. I could walk in the woods, take a piss, pass out. No bears or cougars or like... When I moved to Calgary, they're like, well, here's all these bear precautions. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why even go camping? Like, that sounds dangerous. Like, here, we party with impunity. We're at the top of the food chain. Like, it's fucked up out there. Okay? It's fucked up. I'm never going back.
When I said head witch, you started to giggle. Do you know who I'm referring to?
I didn't want to venture guesses. Is it a girl?
Of course.
Is her last name one letter?
I don't know what that means, so I don't know how to reply.
Her last name.
Hey?
Do you know her last name?
Of course I do.
Is it one letter?
Okay.
If you spelled her name, would you need to write down more than one letter?
Of course.
Then it's not who I thought it was.
Who did you think?
Linda A.
Who's Linda A?
Oh, you don't know what fucking Linda A is, man? Fuck, that's...
No, enlighten me. Who's this? Sorry?
If you kill her, all the other witches die. It's like a vampire thing. Linda A, the bird?
I'm going to clarify. When I call this individual head witch, I'm being funny.
Oh, I thought we were talking about real witches.
Well, they do identify as a witch, but it's also me being a little loose languaged.
Okay, I bet if you talk to your OG witch, she would know who Linda A was.
Probably, but I'm also referring to this person as head witch because I'm protective of her.
Yeah, but I bet she answers to Linda A, 100%.
But off, if I were to tell you who this is off air, you would know who I mean.
Can you hint to it, and I would get it?
She does radio on PEI.
Do I ever know? I ran into her at a restaurant up west.
I know the restaurant.
I know you do. It's a burger joint, or has burger in the name.
There you go.
I said to my wife, because we were drinking fish bowls of alcohol. It comes in a literal fish bowl, and mine had like sour gummy worms in it. It was tits. I said, I think I know that person behind the counter. I went to high school with her. And my wife says, you are way too old to have gone to high school with that woman because she looks exactly the same.
I will agree with that. Yes.
Gorgeous.
She has not aged a minute.
Well, when you make a pact with the devil, Klayre, that's what you get in return. You get to not age.
She is as gorgeous now as she was then.
100%. Not my cup of tea, but I will say she looks identical. Sharon LaMarche, great example too.
As we've talked about, me and Hormones have discussed.
Way older than 96.
Yeah, we have talked about off air who we thought looked good
Yeah,
in high school, and Sharon LaMarche was one of them. Yeah.
that's why we should go clubbing, because there would never be a fight
Now
over
I've
any of the
now
women.
now for clarity, as much as I had an affinity for Sharon and other people in our high school, I've never masturbated to Sharon.
Oh, is that how we're qualifying this now? Because if that's the bar, then I need to expand. Like,
Because there are others.
okay, but Sharon's a good example. I was always team Janelle.
Yes, Janelle. Cool. I'll give you that.
Okay, but if I asked you, Janelle or Sharon,
Sharon.
I knew you're going to say Sharon. You can hum and haw about it all you want.
No, no contest.
No?
For me. Nope, Sharon.
That's what I just said. You're going to say Sharon. I know you are. But I'm a Janelle fan. This is our version of sports. You know when straight guys are like, Maple Leafs, no, Canucks.
It fascinates me. It fascinates me that you didn't have to think about the fact that I was going to say Sharon.
Well, I know you're going to say Sharon. Because in the grocery store the other night when I was looking for rib tips, that's all you talked about. Sharon.
Did I?
Janelle all the way.
For the
My
listeners,
wife
I'm
actually
sorry. My if you're listening here on SoundCloud, I broadcast right next to my balcony, and if you heard the sirens, those were real, because I live on a main transit thoroughfare, and so if you heard those sirens, I'm sorry. Happy New Year. Anyway, go ahead. You were saying.
No, my wife worked with Janelle for a couple of years, and they became good friends. And she didn't know who my wife was married to. So one day, they're out having a
that
smoke or
means
whatever.
what?
Well, she's like, "Holy shit, Andrew Birch is your husband?"
Oh, cool.
And they'd already been friends for a while. And she said he used to wear jeans so tight in high school that if he had change in his pocket, you knew how much money he had on him because you could count the coins.
Or you could clock his birthday.
What's that mean?
That you could see the year on the coin through your pocket.
Oh, what's that have to do with my birthday?
I'm speaking euphemistically.
Do you keep coins in your pockets that correlate to the year you were born?
Are you?
I'll go now.
Like, really? Are you autistic, for fuck's sakes?
Yeah, and most of my friends have the decency not to point it out, but whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm beyond a friend.
Yeah, that's true. I can confidently agree that you are not in the friend category. Oh,
Rihanna is having a field day with us right now.
he sounds pretty cool. I think we might get along. Can you put him on instead of you?
When you fuck off, I can make that happen, yes.
Oh, well, when you fucked off earlier to rock a piss, I was talking all manner of shit about you. So.
Oh, there you go. Very good.
Don't you feel like a piss right now? That might.
I really do.
I know you do. Power of suggestion, motherfucker. If you do LSD enough in the past, you learn that you can manipulate people.
Oh my God, I love you.
Since I invented it in the past. Klayre, I've done so much shit in the past. I don't.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on the Klayre Avalon show with the unequivocal, inarguably inventor of LSD tonight on New Year's Day.
It's like, what do they call it? There's another unword I wanted to be when you don't. Unapologetic, I guess. But I'm like the handicapped 8-year-old next door. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying my best. This is my best. Okay? Like some people try to incite controversy. I'm not trying to be controversial. This is my best.
This is your best?
Sadly, fucking yeah. That's
in your white shirt and tie.
it's peach, by the way.
Oh, is it peach?
It's very peach, and I
I'm
wore
I'm
this
co-
pin just for
I'm colorblind. I see the pin. What's the pin?
my dad was colorblind too. It's Skeletor from He-Man,
Oh, that's cute.
and it says "Live, Laugh, and Love" like Karens have on their wall at home.
That's really cute. How did you get that? Was it a gift?
I have a massive collection of lapel pins. It's another one of my.
Ah,
I wanted a D one, but it was red, and I thought red, purple, and peach would be too much. You know, as
I
straight guys, I wonder.
I have gone for a pish in Jewish speak once already, and I am surprised you are still status quo, motherfucker.
What do you mean? What? Okay, qualify that statement. What do you mean I'm still status quo?
You mean quantify?
Isn't that what I said? No, I mean qualify. Quantify means to measure the amount. I want you to qualify the statement.
Well, we've been on air for God knows how long now, and I've already gone for a pish. Meanwhile, you've been
Oh, it's funny you said. Remember Jamie Arsenault, Elise's friend,
Jamie.
Cadium.
No,
Not important to the story. See, I know when to cut rope on that.
it's
Every time we drink together, she's like my drinking buddy. She goes to piss like 6 times, and I don't. And she's like, "You're gonna get bladder cancer someday because I can drink all night and not piss."
fuck.
I don't know.
And that's why when I go for a pish, I make fun of myself and how much of a professional radio host I am.
Why don't you just keep a jar? Like, if you lowered yourself 4 to 5 inches, you could piss and no one would even know.
Well, they totally would, but that means we have to circle back to the Patreon or OnlyFans conversation.
From what I'm learning more and more through Rihanna, there's workarounds.
I mean, for real, you want me to lower my camera, take my dick out, and have a piss on camera?
No. You need to lower yourself so the camera doesn't get it. Like,
just show myself from the neck down.
Right now.
There you go. Yeah.
That's what I would do.
For the listeners, if you do want to see this live on camera, please subscribe to the Klayre Avalon Show.
Or if you'd like to learn how to urinate yourself at home on camera.
Exactly. Yeah. Grab a bottle, right? Grab a beer bottle, a Coke bottle, whatever it is. Yeah. There we go.
Terrible.
Yeah. This kind of reminds me. You weren't there. We were on air the other night, and we ended up talking about Mary Poppins. You're gonna have a field day with this, hormones. we ended up talking about Mary Poppins and Julie Andrews and how pretty she was, but that wasn't.
Well, you and I talked.
We ended up talking about what Mary Poppins' strap-on collection would look like. Go again?
We had this conversation during the rib tip episode.
Did we?
And yes, because you said, and I quote, Julie Andrews could take me in a back alley with any strap on. And I said she could take me in any front alley with a strap on.
Yes, you did. Yes, and I stand by it.
Jogging the memory now. And after we hung up the phone, I had that conversation with my wife, and it did not go the same way as when I had that conversation with you. She was not as amiable to getting fucked by Julie Andrews with a strap on.
What did the lovely Ms. Meg have to say?
She thinks she's gross.
Are you really?
I didn't want to say it. I don't want to out her, but
what?
I know. I'm still grappling with the effects of it myself.
Your lovely wife is not a fan of Julie Andrews.
Listen, what my wife's not a fan of could fill a large barn.
I
So
am going to put so many queer boots on the ground right now.
you have to. I need you to.
Oh,
If I do it, I'm bandwagoning, but you can do it. You need to be my ambassador, Klayre.
Meg is gonna burn for this.
I agree. I agree. There's no other solution. I've been around it 8 ways, and this has to happen.
Like Skeletor says, He-Man, I have the power.
You know what? Once Skeletor said to He-Man, "Is the loneliness of good as bad as the loneliness of evil?"
Fucking hell, oh my god.
On He-Man, for fuck's sake.
But you know what? I know your wife, and she's a lovely lady, and
You don't know my wife.
I am disappointed.
Continue. And you should be. Wait, she's not here, right? Okay, no, we're good. And you said her name twice, so slow the fuck down on that shit.
I've got 3 more chances.
Just don't do it, man. I thought we were friends. I came on here because I didn't think I was going to be attacked. Not cool. Not cool at all, man. She hates the Wizard of Oz.
So do I.
Okay. I'm not lying about that. Downstairs in my living room, next to my TV and my speakers, I have a commemorative Wizard of Oz plate, and it has a thing you can turn, and it plays Somewhere Over the Rainbow on it. It came with an authenticity scroll from the movie. I'm a bigger friend of
Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly.
Don't. I got something in both my eyes. Fuck off. That's what I mean. With my gay friends, we're like a friend of Dorothy, right? And we covered that earlier because
I love Dorothy.
You're a friend of Dorothy's.
Besties.
But see, that's the thing. When you're bisexual, you can't talk with your straight friends and you can't talk with your gay friends. It's a weird dichotomy.
It's a weird dynamic, yeah.
So weird because neither side, you don't feel at home with either group.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I imagine it's like if you're half Japanese, half American. It's weird with your Japanese friends because they see you as American, and it's weird with your American friends because they see you as Japanese. It's a similar paradigm when you're bisexual, right?
To make a distinction though, for what you're saying though, real friends don't care.
Oh no, yeah. What's that saying?
Those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind.
Thank you for exactly. But when you're 15, you're not thinking like a Zen philosopher.
Matters.
Everything matters. So you can't talk to your straight friends about how awesome and gay Wizard of Oz is, and you can't talk to your gay friends about how you want to bone Judy Garland. You're in this weird Venn diagram, and you're the only one where those two circles intersect, right? Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to diminish the plight of marginalized people like gay or trans, but I think they don't give enough credit to other people have hardships too. Like I've watched 15 years of Drag Race, and bisexuality hasn't been brought up once.
No,
it's this ignored. And you want to talk about fetishized? If you're bisexual, it's highly fetishized. Oh, you'll fuck anyone. No, it's just that's.
In Toronto, in the down in the village, and for the listeners, the gay village is the Church and Wellesley area, just east of Yonge Street. And I don't know about now, but when I was hanging out there, the big rhetoric was, "Oh, you're bi, you're gay, you just don't know it yet."
Yeah, and your straight friends are like, "You're straight, you're just experimenting." Like you can't for losing.
And on that, I'm gonna take a piss.
Just do it here. Get a mason jar.
Rihanna, you're in charge.
I can't hear him. I'll switch to chat. Rihanna, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm switching to chat now. CKY ruined Skeletor for me. I don't know what CKY is. Help a brother out. Oh, what? I hear something again. Ha! No, that's just someone talking in the background. Comments. Rihanna might be fictional. Like maybe it's like persona non gratis, like one of the parents in Peanuts. I can hear you, Klayre. If you're talking, you're not pissing.
Once the bag's been opened, I immediately put it as a touch return. Right it off, and put it in the back shelf.
Oh, in fine radio fashion, because I'm so goddamn professional. For the listeners, I just went for a piss. And if you don't know already, you are joined at the hip with me for a New Year's Day. Kind of intentional, but kind of unintentional New Year's Day broadcast of the show. The only thing intentional is my guest today, who is a lifelong friend of mine, I should say. We are bridging gaps today, folks. We are bridging Toronto, Ontario with my hometown, and we are joined by none other than Hormones. Spell it out, sound it out, hooked on phonics.
It's a play on words.
It has been an absolute treat to have my dear friend join me for this evening's broadcast, my live guest host. And we are not done yet. I don't know how long we've been on air, but we are nowhere close to ending.
As my great aunt used to say, I can look down longer than you can look up.
I don't know what that means.
Back in the day when people used to just have missionary sex, and I kind of screwed it up. She said, I can look up longer than you can look down. Don't make me spell it out, Klayre. Don't make me spell it out. A guy would hit on her in the bar. Hey, baby, want to come back to my place? And she would say, I can look up longer than you can look down.
Oh, now, well, by mentioning that, now all you're reminding me of is how much I think your mom is pretty.
All right, let's go there. I'll hook you up. I'll put in a good word for you.
When I told you I fantasized about your mom and you said that you were going to tell her, did you actually follow through?
I haven't seen her yet, but
oh,
I guarantee you the next time I see her, the first thing out of my mouth is going to be that.
You're not joking.
No, I don't joke about stuff like that. I don't joke about drugs or sex or rock and roll, man.
No, okay.
I don't have a hang up with my wife or my daughter or my sister or my mother not being their own sexual people or people.
But you know what? I have to be honest with you. Do you realize? You don't realize this.
Okay.
Speaking as people, it took me. When did I tell you that? A couple days ago?
Yeah, 2 days ago, maybe.
Something like that. Yeah.
Not today.
It took me until that moment to have the fucking courage to even bring that up.
That's my point. It's way more weird for you than it would ever be for me.
But I didn't know that. I mean, how do you tell a friend that you fantasize about their mother?
Oh, well, if you're me, you just do it and then you don't realize it's weird.
In normal terms,
I don't have that filter. Like, hey, your mom's
that,
hot. If you think she does, like,
because I have seen your mom in that nature since I was able to have sensations.
Attractive lady, but this is what I'm driving at. If you're a man, if your sister's hot, or your daughter's hot, or your mom's hot, or your wife's hot, why do you get upset when someone, especially your wife, you think your wife's hot, but another man's like, hey, your wife's hot, and you want to fight him? You think she's hot. It's like you like the Blue Jays, and the guy's like, I like the Blue Jays too. We're gonna fight now. It's insane. Like,
so for all intent and purpose, take me out of the equation. If somebody were to say to you, I think your mom is attractive, you don't take offense to that.
Well, that's what Megan tried to say the night when I told her your story. Jenna, you don't know Jenna probably. She's from up west. Her husband, Blaine, has like a major crush on my mother. And he's really shy about it. It's adorable. It's not skeezy and dirty like yours. It's like this cute thing. And of course I don't. Why would I have a weird thing? This isn't
it's not skeezy and dirty like my situation.
Yeah. Bad things to my mother, okay? Like Blaine's not like you or me.
Just for context, how old is Blaine?
Younger than, well, my sister's age was 6 years younger than us.
Okay.
But he's been like that since he was a teenager, like same as you. He got the bug early on.
Okay, so this individual does have the erotic young history that I have.
Yeah, let's spell it out. But yeah, the same thing.
Okay, cool. Okay, proceed.
But you asked me if I had a problem with it. But like I said before, I understand that my mother, sister, wife, and daughter are people. They are autonomous. They're not caricatures of who they represent in my life. I think that's where like you get a virgin whore complex from.
When did you mentally realize this?
I don't think it was a realization. It wasn't like coming out. I was just raised that way, like around strong women, and like one day I thought about it. That was just always normal to me. You know,
that's
people
really,
in my life,
cool.
They're not there for me. They're people. You know, they have their own. Like my daughter's a great thing. Like I talk to other dads and like, well, when the boyfriend comes home, I'm gonna be on the doorstep with a shotgun. Like you know that trope. Whereas me, I'd be on the doorstep and like I'd whisper in his ear, "Good luck, man. Fucking, I'm rooting for you. Like, if you can handle her, good on you. You know."
Rihanna's telling us one mate hated us when we were growing up because his mom was hot. I hate that word. And we used to rib him all the time that we were going to be his new daddy.
Well, no one wants to be the guy with the hot mom. Like you have a thing for my mom, but she's not like uber milfy hot. Like I know you think she is, but I think what he's saying is if you have that one mom, because remember Don Bernard?
Yes.
Okay, Don Bernard's mom was like 16 when she had Don or something stupid.
Okay.
So when we knew Don, her mom was only like in her early 30s, and she would wear, Madonna was popular. She would wear these like fishnet tops and shit.
She's doing the whole thing.
No one wants that. Like when everyone's like openly saying your mom's hot and I would fuck her. No one wants to be that guy.
You don't want the bait on the hook.
It's too easy. It's punching down at that point. Like it's you and Blaine, and using mathematics, there's probably 8 other guys that are too scared to tell me. I can handle that. But if everyone on my block and in my grade was like, "Holy fuck, your mom's a," yeah, That might bother me.
But just the same, it took me all these years to even admit this to you.
Yeah, and I get that. I mean, I wouldn't want to.
Because you're my friend and I love you.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be a factor. Why
But
is
it
that a factor?
is.
Yeah, but if you thought my neighbor was hot, you'd tell me right away.
Of course.
So why does the fact that she's my mother make it uncomfortable? She's a person.
Well, look at you with the logic.
It's not even logic. I don't know if I told you. Meg loves dancing. Every time we go out, she gets up and she dances like a whirling dervish.
So
Like,
so basically you're separating you're separating my attraction from the fact that she's your mom.
I don't see how the two are connected.
For you, they're not. Well, for me, they're not. They are, which is yeah.
If I wanted to fuck your mom, how would you feel?
If what?
If I wanted to have carnal relations with your mother, how would that make you feel?
I can
Speechless.
I can give you a list of fucks, and there will be a whole bunch of zeros.
Well, then we're the same then.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right.
I know what you're driving at. I just pulled the carpet out from under you.
I know you did.
Most men freak out if you told them that, or at least be uncomfortable at the least.
And that's why I was trepidatious about outing myself to you about your mom.
And rightly so. But I'm the same with you. There's shit that I say to you that I would be extremely trepidatious. I would never say to another trans person, right? But I feel comfortable with you, and I know that you know where it comes from.
Yes.
Right? And it's similar. But I realized my mom was a woman long before she was my mom. Like, she's
you know what?
own
You know
person.
what? That I'm gonna tell you a story on the heels of that. I was in Three Oaks, our high school, and Dad decided to pull out a photo album from like the 50s or 60s, whenever it was,
Right.
and he showed me a picture of my mom on some beach in Nova Scotia, wherever it was. I don't know.
I think I know where you're going.
And he looked at me and said, "Look at this beautiful woman." He said, "Look at the legs on this."
I bet.
He was over the moon, enamored by the beauty of my mom. He was.
I have so many. I'm sure all your viewers do.
To coin a phrase, my dad was positively inconsolable in terms of how in love with my mom he was.
Yep.
And I looked at my mom in that picture from the 60s, and I was like, well, she's not exactly a troll.
No, but I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's the difference with gender. And I don't want to be that guy.
No, go ahead.
Sometimes people ask me, how long have you been married? And I'll say 18 years. To the same woman? And I say, no, God, no. She was a completely different woman back then. And Barbara Streisand, actually, I'm going to quote Barbara Streisand here. When men and women hook up, a woman sees a man's potential. Like right now, he's like, guzzling beer and he's a stupid idiot. But she's like, he could be something. She sees that in him. And that's why she loves him. But then after 20 years, when he's no different, like he's still an 8-year-old, it's like poobies, she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that animosity grows. Now with men, he meets a woman and he's like, I love everything about you. And he thinks it's never going to change. But after 20 years, of course, women evolve, right? And now he's pissed off because she's not the person. Women get mad because men don't change. Men get mad because women do. And that's why heterosexual monogamous relationships are doomed to fail. because we don't understand that underlying principle. If Megan left me tomorrow, I would be 19-year-old Birch again, eating like dried taco shells, living in squalor. Like, I only level up because it gets me laid.
Craft dinner, and bologna.
Fucking right. I'm an 8-year-old pretending not to be.
Same.
But I've seen Megan go through 4 or 5 chrysalis stages and evolve and go from the maiden to the matriarch to the crone or whatever. Women, I've always said women are the species, biologically speaking. We're the semen requirement. Like, okay, women can only procreate when they're young. They don't have their period. You get your period, you can procreate. Then they don't have one when they reach menopause. So there's a window in which women can procreate. Men can procreate their whole lives. Okay. Now imagine if we could both procreate our whole lives. No matter who you hooked up with, we'd be pumping out babies. The earth would have overpopulated thousands of years ago, right? Now imagine the opposite. If we each had a window, if men had periods, like if I was only fertile for 2 months, 2 weeks of the month, if you didn't find a perfect partner where your cycles matched up, you would never be able to have kids. And the earth would underpopulate and humanity would die out. The only way this works is if one of us has a brief window and one of us is always red. See what I'm driving at? So it's like, biologically speaking, like giraffes or rhinoceros, women are humanity, and then biologically they're like, well, they can't self-reproduce, so let's make another thing. It's just add sperm to the mix. Like, men aren't human. And chromosomally, women only make X chromosomes, right? And men either add Y or X to that, making it a man or a woman when they have a baby. Women only make women. Think about that.
If you do it for me, great. Do it. And
it's the species. Women are the species. We're like this weird sperm donor variant. Like,
and I'll just say, okay, yeah. I'm just saying.
But I embrace that. A lot of men are like, no, I'm a strong. Make a statue of me when I die.
I don't want to
I'm
give
gonna ride this shit out. Like, let's just have a good time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've embraced that I don't matter. I love it. Spring.
So I said, yeah.
So did you hear the rumor?
What rumor?
Alan's dead.
Too soon. Too soon.
I was told not to do this on all my platforms.
Yeah. Oh my God. Call back. Do your viewers know who Alan is?
Yes. They know
Okay.
he's my father.
I hate to say it, but if the show was called Your Dad's Dead, this would be way less of a shock.
And as we've already covered, I can't do
How you
that.
dealing with that?
What's that?
How you dealing with that? Your dad being dead.
Aside from the fact that I'm sick of people asking me how I'm dealing with it.
No, yeah, but look, Klayre, this is me. I don't give a fuck about that petty thoughts and prayers shit. Like, how's your breakfast taste? How is it the walk to the liquor store? Like, that's how it affected me. I don't know. It's weird and individual, so I'm curious to how it is affecting you. That's all.
I'm angry. I'm bitter. I'm relieved. I'm happy. I want to beat the fuck out of something.
But you're only allowed to be like 2 of those 6 things.
No, fuck that. I'm all of them.
No, I know you're gonna anyway, but you know what I mean. People only want you to be 2 of those 6 things.
So we circle back to social convention.
Yeah, but you and I don't care about that. That's why I'm asking you. I'm not doing this.
If you want my honest opinion, I'm happy.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I was 45% of me.
As much as I'm bitter and angry, I'm happy because my nightmare is over.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. I celebrate the fact that you're happy.
And
if I had one friend
for
who
the,
knew
for the listeners, those who don't know, when I came out 7 years ago as transgender, my father disowned me like a newspaper.
Here's backstory on why I'm happy my dad's dead.
Because some people don't know.
No, I tried to bring levity at the wrong time.
So yeah, for those that don't know, my father disowned me. You can't hang your chains on me when you're 6 feet deep. This heart ain't yours to bleed. Now that yours no longer bleeds, or beats rather.
And that's why we had this conversation the other night in the grocery store. I hate those stories. It's so tropey. Like, I'm a figure skater and you're an alcoholic.
When you were wandering around looking for pork chip tops, fucking high off your tits.
So high in the past.
I
was very high.
Whatever.
No, it's a joke now. Don't rob me of my agency, man. Check your privilege. Okay, so when I hear these coming out stories, 9 times out of 10, the people telling me the story are more powerful and self-actualized than the person they're wasting anger on. And I'm like, what? Okay, if your father was 8 years old, this is the experiment I do with my other friends. If an 8-year-old was that upset with you, would you even give a shit? You wouldn't. Like, he doesn't fucking know anything. That's how you should look at him. He doesn't know anything. It's not worth it. You're better. It's not lip service.
That's what my girlfriend says.
Live your good life, and like, this isn't something written on my wall.
No.
He's literally an 8-year-old. It's hard though when it's your dad. I get it. I'm not trying to trivialize your struggle. I did the same thing with my father. It was different, but similar. They have control over you because we elevate them to a godlike status. It's weird. It's fucked up.
I can't believe because I've spoken to Mom a few times since Christmas Day when it happened. Then, sadly enough, and honestly speaking, I am still gobsmacked at how strong and level-headed and content she sounds.
Your mother, there could be an apocalypse tomorrow.
And you know, like, my mom.
The whole world covered in ash, and I'd run into your mother, and she'd have like a shopping cart. So I guess the whole world's covered in ash. That's crazy. I'm looking for cheese. Like, and I'd be like, is it Suzanne? I never know your mom's name. She's just like your mom to me. Like the wind or the sun.
Cheese.
Like, I can't find cheese anywhere. And I'd be like, you realize there's an apocalypse happening. Like, she's just so... You know what I'm saying. I see a lot. You know what I'm driving at. That's your mother. Like, she'd be like that on a Tuesday, and she'd be like that post-nuclear apocalypse. That's what she does.
She's like, oh, okay, the planet's on fire. Where's the bread?
Yeah. Sometimes I see your mother at the grocery store, and I avoid her because I'm a shitty person. I'm like, I don't want to be better today. So I'm avoiding your mother because she's so... Shit doesn't matter. She's almost like the ideal of not giving a fuck.
In her own way.
In her own weird, twisted way. So when you said that to me just now, like, she's seems unfazed, I think is what you said. I get that. Like, I'm pretty sure when I talked to her at Sobeys, the whole place could light on fire and she would not finish her story any quicker.
Oh, she's not unfazed because as minimal as my conversations with her have been, every single time hormones, every single time when the conversation went a certain way, she broke down.
Oh, she's human. I mean, I'm not trying to take away from that.
She said
Like
his slippers. She said his slippers are still in front of his chair, and she was doing whatever she was doing, whatever it was, and she said, "I keep it." She kept expecting him to walk through the door.
Yeah. Listen, I want you to hear me on this. I went through exactly this.
To hear my mom cry. Fuck my politics.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I shouldn't have interrupted at all.
No. The floor is yours. Say, I interrupted you.
Like, you know, when a child moves out and then the mother never touches their room.
Yes.
They're leaving as it is, right? Because maybe they'll come home again. Women do this thing, and it's normal. And I went through that with my mother, with my father when he passed away. But then, like the sex thing, I was making her a deity instead of a human. I was defining her person around him. My mom has gone on. My mother's life is better now, 100 times better.
Oh yeah.
And then married to my father. And I might not like the reasons why, but that's not important. If I love her and she's happy, and I'm not saying maybe something different will happen with your mom. She's a person too. But I think as a son and a mother, we take on this pain where I don't think we're doing them justice. It's like a variation on the Madonna whore complex. We're not seeing them as people. This is strong women springboard off of this shit in ways that we can't appreciate. We don't give them credit for at all. Yeah, it's hard right now and it's shitty, but I picture your mother like 2 years from now, she's like running 8 clubs and organizing food drives and bake sales and like, and you know what? And I'm not trying to disparage your father. There was probably shit that he didn't let her do that she wanted to do. Like in my case, it was curling. My mom loved curling and my dad hated it when she went. So now she can without fear, you know, and there's probably
curling?
stuff like I know. But I bring it up because it's so stupid. And there's probably a stupid thing with your parents. And your mother will blossom. It sounds shitty, but it's like a new women evolve. It's like Pokemon. She's gonna become your mom X now. Like, I don't know, man. It's what I've learned about them. They're a weird people.
Suzanne 2.0.
If my mom had died instead of my father, he'd be living on the street right now. It would be sad. But they're almost unburdened again. It's like a lease on life in a way. It's sad for a while, but I don't know, man.
I was over the few conversations I had with mom. I told her something that I was unaware that I didn't know that she didn't know this. And she said, "What's up?" I said, "Well, when I was living on Green Street, while on my tail end of Three Oaks, um, Dad took me by the shoulders and said to my eyes that he, like, without my mom, he didn't know what to do with himself.
There you go. And how much did your mom sacrifice to make his life possible, and your life, and Shelly's life?
But mom's biggest, because I told her this and she broke down, and her one question to me was, why didn't Dad ever tell me this?
We don't do that.
That's what I tried to say.
But your mom's never been selfish. She's put everyone else ahead of her whole life. And that's what I tell my mom. My mom had a hard time transitioning after my father passed. Like, she couldn't treat herself, spend money on herself, or enjoy it. And I say, this is your time. You packed lunches, you ironed pants, you did everything for everybody. Now it's your time. Be selfish, enjoy yourself, you know? It can be a good thing. It's weird. Look how much you and her are speaking. Maybe that, what if that grows out of this tragedy, right? I don't know, man.
To the degree of my contact with my mother after all the dust settles, I don't know.
Well, no, you don't know. I think it's going to be more.
I don't.
Two people talk, 4 people.
I can't answer that.
Well, of course you can't. And maybe that's not it, but you share an event now. You're both in the same car accident. It's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking shit.
Because I mean, for fuck's sakes, I told my own mother to fuck off.
Well, who hasn't? That's what normal people do.
The last conversation I had with her was during all the medical shit with Avalon, and because I was frustrated, and people weren't asking the questions that I would have asked, I said, I just said, I don't remember what I said, but I was in a good mood and the conversation was happy until I got real. And I said, Mom, do me a favor. Because it was all dead naming and misgendering and everything. And I was just sick of it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And she said, I said, do me a favor. She said, what? I said, I'm going to go because I have to get something to eat. And she said, okay. And I said, unless he dies, I don't want to hear from you. And I meant it.
And that's fine. The only person more stubborn than you that I know is your mother.
What does stubborn have to do with it?
Because she just believes something different than you. Like, her position is as alien to you as hers is, like yours is to her. It's like when I was looking for rib tips, we had this conversation. She's got a different tool set. Like, I always tell my daughter, if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail.
That has nothing to do with stubborn. That's just miseducation.
Yeah, but we say miseducation, but they think we're miseducated. Like, it's like, if God's on our side, how can we fail? You know what? Your enemy thinks God's on his side too. Like,
no, and I don't fault my mother for her views. I don't, because it's a different school, right?
Yeah, but maybe this is the event that you have to be receptive to change. This could be the change, right?
We're also talking about someone who, when I came out to her, she says, "I don't want to know about your life, and I don't want to learn."
I would bet $50 I've had more conversations with your mother about you coming out than you have.
Oh, I would bet my next paycheck on that.
We've been in Sobeys with grocery carts where she'll be like, X called me this weekend. I'm like, you mean Klayre? Yeah, and then X said he was doing this. Oh, Klayre said they were doing that. And we would do that for 20 minutes, just getting angrier and angrier with each other. And just,
Really?
several times. This is a one-off event. Every time I ran, say getting some cheese. Yeah, so X never calls me. Oh, so Klayre never calls you. Yeah, so that, and I won't, you know me, man. I don't back down. Like, and then I would goad her. I'm like, so I haven't seen Klayre in a while. Klayre. Because I'm an asshole, really. But no, we had that.
But you're not an asshole.
And then with your father in the Legion,
The Legion, yes. The snake pit, the lounge.
As snake pit, as two men, we agreed early on that we either fight each other or never talk about this again.
Fuck me, the number 5 Legion in my hometown, Summerside, PEI. The ground zero of let's talk negatively about fags.
Yeah, you think Harvey Weinstein's toxic masculinity. You haven't been to my Legion.
Let's talk about them trannies for a second.
The worst part, though, is you've got gays in there talking shit about trannies.
That's it.
Like, thank God we're allowed in the Legion, but those fucking trans people, fuck them, weirdos.
Oh no, not for a second. No. Not in the public eye, no.
I thought you guys were all colluding together. I had no idea.
Oh, you like penis? Don't tell anybody, no. But you're a good guy.
Doesn't touch kids. Meg always points that out. She says, I'm PEI. Like, he's gay, that's okay. He doesn't touch kids. She's like, why is that always part of the same argument?
Duh, right?
I don't know.
Where's Meg? I'd love to see her right now.
Look, that's twice.
No, that's 3 times.
No, but I think there has to be a cool down period. It can't be 3 times in a 24-hour period.
But no, you know what? I'm going full Howard on you because Howard has had his wife Beth on air, so I'm doing that to you. Where is the lovely Meg right now?
Okay, you can talk about her without saying her name. We've been over this. She's downstairs. She's watching TV that I don't like. This is her opportunity to watch that I won't watch with her.
So the lovely lady is chilling?
Yeah, she's happy.
Cool.
Meg and I's favorite thing to do together is nothing. We love doing nothing with each other. It's our
I thought you
favorite.
were gonna say your favorite thing to do together is not be together.
In a lot of ways. I mean, we respect our autonomy. You said it. I didn't say it.
I'm as much as I am live right now, across the apartment, my partner is having a conversation with her coworker on the phone.
Listen, Meg's the only woman that's gonna have me. And I'm the only man that's gonna have her. It's just that's the way it is.
Yeah. And Meg's a sweetie.
And to circle back around to what you wanting to fuck my mother, it's this weird European.
Yes, let's talk about sexualizing your mother for a second.
It's ownership idea that especially Mediterranean cultures have with this Madonna whore complex. Here's a great example. Megan loves to dance. I started this story earlier, but you interrupted me. I don't dance. I drink. So Megan and I have been to 1,000 bars and 1,000 music festivals, and I'm at the beer gardens and she's up twirling around. I should actually send you a video because when I say dance, you're not getting the whole picture. She's up there she's like a conjuring spirits and stuff. Like other people move off the dance floor, men getting shit from their girlfriends for looking at her. It's epic. Okay. Now, invariably, at some point, someone will settle up next to me at the bar and say, "That chick's kind of hot up dancing," not knowing. And you know what I say, Klayre? Because my friends would be like, "That's my fucking wife." There'd be a fight. I say, "You should take a run at that." Like, you gotta go up there and see if that works out. Because at the end of the day, she's more dangerous than I am. You go up and hit on her, you're in a lot worse shape than telling me about it. And you know what Meg calls it? I hope you get the reference. She says her name is Mallory. Natural Born
Is that a Family Ties thing?
Natural Born Killers. In the opening scene, she's dancing Juliette Lewis, and he says her name is Mallory. And then she kills the guy.
Say again, what show? You blanked out.
Natural Born Killers.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I never saw it.
At the start, you've never seen it?
No.
You can't watch it now. You're too old. It's only good if you're under 25. You've watched movies in your 40s that you thought were awesome in your 20s, and you rewatch them and you're like, this is a shit movie. I was retarded. That's one of them.
A few times, but I've never seen. So I can't say that.
Say what?
That I don't like it because I've never seen it.
No, but I'm saying it's almost like LSD. If you were 22, I wouldn't advocate it at all. In the past, I might have, but in the past, if you were 40, I would say no. Right? In the past, and these movies, music's the same way. There's music like Pink Floyd. I love Pink Floyd. When I was 20, I thought these 3 albums were the best, and these 3 sucked. In my 40s, those are 3 different albums. Because I'm closer to the age they were, I can identify more with their art of that time, right? We change, right? The expression "you can never go home" because either home changes or you change or both.
Yep. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And art's the same way. Movies, music, whatever. I don't know, man.
Nah, it's cool. I love the fact that you're here. So what can we talk? What can we talk about that will get me out?
I feel like I'm monopolizing the conversation. So you go. It's your turn.
No, you're not. I just have to think about something that will get me off your mom.
Nothing can get you off my mom, save a crowbar. You're terrible. We're not friends anymore. Guy tells me he wants to fuck my mom. That's inappropriate. Oh shit, man. You know what? It's a compliment. Like I'm happy that you are comfortable enough with me, and she's hot enough. Like, if you asked a random stranger, do you want to be confident and do you want your loved ones to be attractive? They would say yes, but then you say that to them and they get upset. It's a fucked up contradiction.
Rihanna just said he knew that was coming. Oh my God, phrasing.
It's always coming. And depending on how you spell that. But why would I want to, like, I don't get these guys, these alpha males, like, hey, your wife's hot, and they get mad. Do you think your wife's hot? Yeah.
But not
someone else that thinks it's hot, like.
Not to cut you off, but Rihanna Reorganized just told us he knew that was coming. And in terms of we've spoken about your mom a few times, and I haven't come once. So I don't know
ad
what the
nauseum.
organizer is telling us.
Well, you're doing it wrong. Because
Exactly, right?
I'll send you some pictures. Like, Mom, Klayre she's doing she's in the photography business and she needs some pictures of it. Oh, in her wedding dress because she's getting married this spring.
Is she? Well, congratulations to Mummy Birch.
You should reach out to her. That would mean the world to her.
Does she know who I am?
She's the one who read me the obituary and was pumped that it said Klayre and I apologize, your girlfriend's name?
Tristan.
She was like, it says Klayre and it says Tristan. And she was like a black woman for 8 seconds. She was pumped.
So to be serious for a second, if I reached out to Florence,
It would mean more than if I did.
Then I will do so.
And jokes aside, you should. She tells me every time Paul or Timmy or Joe or Scott or she considers you all her children, like all my sons and daughters.
The last time I spoke to, I'm only asking because the last time I spoke to your mom, I forget what I said, but all she said was all good here and then stop. So I just kind of let it go. I was like, how do I speak to this person?
But see, in the grocery store, the rib tip excursion, we talked about this. I hate most liberals because they're trying to do the right thing. The right thing isn't even a consideration with my mom. That's just how she is. And it comes off as cold sometimes. But she's not trying to be accepting. She just doesn't see a world in which that's not the case. Even with you and I, you give me new information. Oh, Andrew, I know you've known me this way for 18 years, but now I'm trans. I know what the right thing to do is, and I work through my own shit. Not that it's hard, not like it's a bad thing, but for my mother, I'm trying to illustrate.
Again, I say, when I reached out to her, all she said was, I'm fine.
But that's not indifference. It's that it doesn't register on her radar. Like it's a non-issue with my mother is what I'm trying to say. Like all your other liberal friends, they're doing what they think they're supposed to do.
So that was my mistake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You interpret it as indifference, but it is indifference, but in a good way. It doesn't matter. My mom's maybe the only person I know
I didn't know that.
It doesn't matter.
It does now because hindsight.
See, to me, that's cold. Like living with that as your mother, nothing mattering is cold. But for someone in your position, you got to understand, like that's like bonus lives in Mario. Like she just doesn't care.
But if I knew that a handful of years ago when I tried to say, "Hey, Florence, how's it going?" and she was like, "Yeah, I'm cool," I thought she was telling me to fuck off. But if I had known, I would have been like, "Hey, girl, what's going on? Talk to me."
Now, see, if you had said that to my father, he would have made a big deal about how accepting he is. But I feel that's less genuine than my mother's reaction because he's trying hard. You know what I mean? He has to make an active decision that he believes that this is okay. That's not even a struggle for my mother.
But genuinely, you are saying openly that I should try again.
All I'm saying is if you called her tomorrow or texted her tomorrow, she would tell me that story on Friday and be like, oh my God, she would be pumped that you still remember her. Like,
I will never forget your mom.
She doesn't know that, does she, Klayre?
Your mom is so cool. Your mom is so cool to me.
if she told me this story, she'd be like, then we had that conversation, and then they never spoke to me again.
If I
She
had her
probably
number,
feels the way you do.
if I had her number, I would tell her this openly. Like I'd be like,
I'll send you her number right now. It would mean the world to her. She loved all you guys with so much love.
I would literally, if I was on the phone with your mom right now, I would cry talking to her.
Every time a friend of mine waves at her or sees her in the grocery store, she tells me, it's like, oh my God, I saw so-and-so. You're all her sons.
That's really cute. That
All of you except me.
it
Oh, shit. You watch Big Bang Theory?
used to.
You know Leonard's mom, the psychiatrist?
Yes.
That's how she is to me.
Oh.
Like, at one point, Leonard gets upset because Sheldon's closer to his mother than he is. That's how you would be with my mother. Like, you'd be like, Florence told me that she bought a new duvet last week. I'm like, well, she didn't tell me. And then she would say, would you like me to tell you? And I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm complaining about right now. No.
Meanwhile, you were in the room the whole time.
Yeah, but I don't want what you would have with her. But I would still feel like, why are you closer to Klayre? But if I analyze, I don't want to be that close. Like, oh, this is good. We're good. I don't know. She was always so much more loving to you guys. She wanted you guys to have the best.
I
She used to
remember.
tell me that she never hid her purse when you guys were all over. But when
Yes.
Sarah's friends came over, she did.
Fucking hell.
And people would talk shit about like Scott and Kane, like from the West End, they're not going to amount to anything. And my mom always used to say, like, they're going to do so much more.
Well,
And you
let's
guys-
get specific for a second. Scott was from the West End, but Kane wasn't.
No, but it was still a shit home life. Like,
I suppose, yeah. With
on the
Kane,
grand thing, none of us were raised with a whole lot of privilege. Like,
with Kane's mom and the stepdad and the whole thing. Yeah, I remember.
as a good stepdad, I can cast aspersions.
You're talking about Alan.
Was that Kane's stepdad's name?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
I've known that
But
since
he
grade
never,
3.
like,
I've known that since grade 3. How did you not know that?
the same way I don't know who Mrs. Darash is or whatever the fuck.
Who's Mrs. Darash?
The SIS French teacher we talked about.
Oh, you dizzy motherfucker. That's Doucette.
Okay, now if I was in a wheelchair, would you constantly point it out? I told you I have a medical condition with my memory, and you insist on talking about it the whole time.
Oh, Maron.
Oh, remember when we used to be friends? God, those were good times. I hate using the word cunt. I'm not gonna. But
take your mic off. Walk away.
I do that because I've noticed on online videos that happens right before the feed cuts out. I don't have as many platforms as you, so I wouldn't know, but
Hashtag Shelly.
we're gonna be 80 years old. Well, I won't live that long, but right up until I die, I'm gonna use that joke.
Oh, amazing. I love it. I fucking love it. And it's funny to me. It's funny to me to circle back to the whole how Hormones' parents viewed all of us while we were hanging out at the house and stuff. And it really was a lovely environment. It was a welcoming environment.
Safe place.
Everybody, it was a safe place. apparently, aside from who Hormones' sister was hanging out with. So, and I
Oh
know
yeah, they're
those people.
degenerate.
I know those people too. But I have to say, with everything that Hormones has just said, it kind of, even at like 12 or however 12 years old or however old I was, it made me feel so, like, it made me kind of feel bad and
What made you feel
negative.
bad?
Eh?
What made you feel bad?
Well, I felt so welcome in your kitchen and your room and the
Right.
basement and the whole house. And even though I was 11 or 12 years old, because I was legal, I was able to go into the youth center because I got caught for shoplifting, which I know you
I'll
remember.
never forget that. I'll never forget that story.
And as soon as I finish my comment, we're going to get into that. But everything you're saying about the warmth and welcomeness of your
Yeah.
household, even including your young sister Sarah, who I adore, it made me feel kind of bad when I would leave the property and go home and masturbate.
Oh no. Oh, I forget that normal people have problems that I can't understand. I
That was
don't ever
supposed to
feel
be
bad about that.
that was
I've done
supposed
that dozens of times.
that was supposed to be a fucking joke.
No, I was rooting for you during that whole tirade. I was like, I hope to God he goes home and masturbates at the end of this story.
That was once again a whole lead in, a whole after school special lead in to
Well,
the fact that I
the
jerked off to your
setup
mom.
underlines the punchline. That's if I have any notes, that's one of
Intelligent
them.
humor, motherfucker.
Like when you came out, it didn't even register on my mother. Okay.
So
I think
let's
we need
talk about
mayonnaise. Okay.
so let's go on to the mayonnaise.
It just I can't stress this enough because my father, he's the kind of liberal unionist. If I when I told my father, I'm sure he was like, "Well, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as the gays don't come over here and try to make me gay, I'm okay with this." Like he was trying so hard to do the right thing because he knew it was right. Whereas my mother, it wasn't a blip. Like I tried to make it sensational. Like, get a load of this. Mom's like, I think we're out of laundry detergent. Like it just didn't register it at all. Like you couldn't phase her. Like I grew up in the '80s. I remember being like 8 years old, seeing a guy with a mohawk with my mom out shopping. I'm like, Mom, look, that's crazy. And my mom
Foreign
was like, it takes
territory.
all kinds to make the world go around. She's like, that's not abnormal. It's just different. Like that's how she raised me. But it's learned from me and other people. It's not learned from mom. She genuinely doesn't give a fuck.
So how do we feel about this whole shoplifting thing? I know you remember.
Do you want to tell the story? Because I remember it vividly.
You weren't
You didn't want to
there,
go. No, because I didn't go.
and I
I was
didn't
too
want to
chicken.
go. You're right. I didn't want to go.
No. And if correct me if I'm wrong, everything was done and all the other boys, Kane and Scott, had stolen something, but you didn't. And you felt left out, so but they went back in so you could steal something. Did that happen?
No, it was my turn.
Yeah, but I thought you were on your way out, but you didn't want to leave without having, you know,
What
proved
happened
yourself.
was on the harbor side of
Downtown Mall.
on the end of the yacht club where they
Yeah.
had all the buoys, right?
The restaurant.
No, the yacht club.
Yeah, but you were in the mall.
Yes, but we hit at the Silver Fox.
Yeah, but where you stole the merchandise from was in the mall.
Towers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kane and Scott had their turns, and we made it a point to take something edible so as not to have any evidence, right?
Did you steal gum?
Yes, I did.
See, how did I know that?
And I cruised that part of the candy aisle for like 5 minutes, which is what got me noticed by Dean, the floor walker, because my dad knew him.
I never forgot this story. I knew it was gum.
So it was one of those multi-packs where there was like 4 or 5 packs in a pack, and I tried to fold it and put it in my jacket, and
You
I
fucking
did.
criminal.
So I walk out. I'm like 12 years old. I walk out into the mall, and Dean walks up to me. I didn't know who he was at the time, obviously.
No, you wouldn't.
So I'm head to chest with him, and he looks down at me and says, "You took something that didn't belong to you." So I look at him, the naive little cunt that I was, and I said, "I can put it back if you want."
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So he said, "No, that's okay. Come take a walk with me."
Yeah.
So I break down crying in his office, and he said, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Because I'm scared." Next thing I know, I'm being walked out of the waterfront mall by 2 cops. And once
Not
they
to
put,
interrupt you real quick though, side note, most teenage boys would have relayed a different story to me at the time. But what I'm always trying to explain to you about your youth and how it differs from mine, when you were 12, you told me exactly this story.
well, yeah.
Yeah, but if I was 12, I would have came home and be like, hey, X name, I fucking punched one of them, and I was like, fuck the police, and I wasn't crying or nothing. But even at 12, you were like, this is exactly what happened. Like, you take that for granted, man, but most people aren't like that.
No, verbatim, this is what happened. And
This is the
what,
same story you told me 20 years ago.
40 years ago.
No, because I would have been 40 years ago.
Well,
Thanks for coming out, though.
30 plus.
30.
It wasn't.
Yeah, 30.
It wasn't fucking 20 years ago. We were in Three Oaks 20 years ago.
We were both wrong, okay?
For fuck's sakes.
Let's split the difference. Continue. I hate you so much.
So I'm being escorted out of the downtown mall without handcuffs, but I'm being put in the paddy wagon. And the cops are looking at me and saying, "Are you with any friends?" And being young and naive, I ratted out
forgot
Scott
about that.
McCain. So we all got driven home, but as we drove through Water Street, the cops were talking to us, and they said, "Do you know of anyone else, that's doing anything in
Fuck,
town?"
that's dirty cool.
So I confessed. I told
What did
them.
you say?
I told them when they asked me if I knew of anyone else who was shoplifting. I gave them Ricky Snowden's name.
Yes. You told me that at the time. I remember. Yes. Fuck, if I
And
had your memory, I would do way more drugs. Because
as much as I'm on a hot mic right now,
wow.
when I said that name to the 2 cops, they both looked at each other and said, "Holy fuck." They knew who Ricky was.
Well, they already figured, I imagine.
So I was just trying to. I was just being honest.
Well, and you were scared. You were fucking 12, man. Like,
I was petrified.
when you tell that story, all I hear is jackbooted mercenary cops intimidating a minor. Like, okay, retell that story, but you're a girl. How would someone interpret that?
But I was also old enough to go to the center, and that's where my dad worked.
Yeah.
Do you think I want to get served lunch by my father?
Yeah. And again, there's parts of the story that you're not thinking. I didn't go to the mall with you guys because I was too scared.
Oh, you made fun of us?
After you got caught, obviously. But
you murdered us.
But before you left, I felt like the biggest beta in the world because you three were going to shoplift and be super cool like Eddie Murphy, and here I am sitting at home like Mr. T. It was terrible. I felt like, I think I grew a vagina that day. Like, I just felt so ashamed. And I'm not trying to associate vagina with being ashamed, but in the 80s, calling someone a pussy was a bad thing.
Yeah.
But I remember you guys all went together, and I sat at home by myself thinking I was missing out on the coolest thing in the world.
You pussied out.
I did. I pussied out. And I felt so bad. But then when you guys got busted,
you had a field day.
I did, because I was like, man, so glad I didn't go on that trip. But that's just luck. I mean, you could have easily went got, and I'd still feel like a pussy to this day.
On the heels of that, let's not. Are we going to go into the Maddox Avenue vandalism?
I didn't know you remembered. You remember everything. Fuck, you're like an owl or something. Like,
because we broke into every house
and did a lot of damage.
Yes, we did.
Do you remember hiding in the basement and the RCs were walking around with flashlights?
Very much.
Of course you do.
Yeah. We slid basement windows open back when that was a thing.
Yeah.
And we
when we went back to my basement,
we fucking we ripped off chains, we tipped over plaster, we were doing everything. I was
gonna say the bucket of plaster.
Going
like Stand By Me. I didn't think anyone was ever gonna bring it up again.
We went in through the basement of these places, and we had a field
I know.
Day. Or so we thought.
All right, are we just doing this now or bringing up shit?
For sure.
Do you remember how for fun we used to make you laugh so hard you'd piss yourself?
Yes.
Okay. I felt bad about it when I got older and I realized what was happening, but
I hated you for that.
I know you did. And it was a terrible thing. And I do feel guilty about doing it. But the only reason I brought it up is I wanted to explain to you as an apology. It wasn't cool, but in my defense, it wasn't denigrating in my mind. I thought I was just that funny. Like, if you view it through my egomaniacal lens, I was like, I wasn't trying to be a bully. I just thought I was so funny. Like, after you pissed yourself, I thought I should go visit 8 other people and make them piss themselves. Like, it had nothing to do with you particularly. It wasn't like, oh, let's pick on this person. I was like, I think I might have magic powers. Like, I was disillusional when I was that age, man. I was an arrogant bastard.
But you were also my best friend.
You and I hung out a lot more than you and the other guys. Like making slingshots with your dad, playing on your cool Hot Wheels mat in the basement that I always envied. God, I wanted that.
You remember that?
My parents would never buy me one, and you had one. I remember taking turns. Remember we used to sniff the storm drain in your basement because it smelled so bad?
No.
No. See, I remember shit like that, but until last month, I didn't know what color my wife's eyes were.
I think we have a bit of a childhood give and take going on.
Yeah, but you're beating me hands down. Like, your memory's way better than mine. But I have certain events, like the slingshot. We went across the street by the storm gutter, and Alan cut down that tree or whatever. It was a small sapling kind of thing, and he made us cuts. I remember your remote control car, because in the 80s, you had to charge it for 24 hours. You could use it for 20 minutes. So every time I went over, I'm like, can we use your car? And you're like, no, it's charging. It's always fucking charging. Why don't we ever get to play with it?
You remember the car?
100%.
Do you also remember how it would never go as fast forward as it did in reverse?
Yes, but I more so remember how I had to wait 3 days for it to charge so we could play with it for 20 minutes. That's what irritated me the most. I'm like, I've been here every day, man. Can we play with the car yet? Damn it.
I don't know what to tell you.
And if we're going to be all like, I wanted to fuck your mother, there was times where I was like, if I'm left alone for even 5 minutes, I'm going to sneak in the room and steal all of her panties and take them home. I'll leave it at that. But more than once, that thought crossed my mind.
All of whose?
Shelley's.
Oh, well, way to leave my options in the dust.
No, I said I was going to sneak in there and take them all.
No, I meant my options as a crossdresser.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was. I didn't care about your needs at that time. I knew I had needs.
Speaking of keeping up,
maybe there's some of Glenna's in there too. Who knows?
You think you're so fucking woke?
Oh, you know what? When you're not around, I am the woke guy. You don't get to come in on all my hard work. Oh, I'm more trans than you are. Okay, fuck off.
It has nothing to do with being a tranny.
I know. That's why I brought it up. I'm pulling out all the guns here, man. Like,
yeah.
You don't get to be holy. Look, that shit might work with your fucking frat boy friends, but not on my watch.
Assuming I hang out with boys.
I was gonna say, I'm just kidding. I know you don't have frat boy friends.
Well, I don't have frat boy friends or friends, so.
I always told my daughter being nice is something stupid people do to hedge their bets.
Rihanna's having a field day with us right now.
How so?
Always just laughing at us.
We're easy to laugh at.
Yes, we are. I don't even know how long we've been live for. Let me see. Wow.
I have a little thing that tells me the whole time.
We have been live
3 hours and 51 minutes.
4 hours.
So 4 hours to a normal person.
How did this happen?
But you and I can do that. That's how I know who my good friends are. Like, if I know 50 people, there's 4 that I'm like, holy fuck, 4 hours have gone by?
For all intent and purpose, we have inarguably reached morning radio show time frames here.
At 7 in the evening?
If it was a morning show, you cunt.
Oh, you mean lengthwise?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Actually, if this was a morning show, we'd be done right now.
It's funny too, because you probably can't put it in context. If you lived here and knew me, I hate everybody. Like, I have zero time for everybody. Like, for me, this is freeing.
Can I stop you?
Oh, you're gonna anyway, so go ahead.
The way you phrased that.
Okay.
If I lived there and knew you.
Yeah. If you saw me around other people, I guess what I was trying to say.
That
it's a compliment.
But it bothers me.
I'm trying to say, if you saw how I treated other people, you would be more impressed of how close we are.
I know,
because I don't open up to anyone.
It just reminds me that I'm not there.
Oh yeah. Oh well, that's the curse of the Islander, man. Until you move home, that it's always gonna hurt. Like,
but that's all I mean.
I used to dream about PEI when I lived out west. I'd go to sleep and have these dreams where I was on vacation and I was on the plane ride home, and anxiety would fill my chest, and I'd wake up and realize I wasn't home. It was a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
See, I'm not like that.
I was, and I hated PEI as much as you did, man. I couldn't wait to leave.
But everybody talks about their hatred of going for a carton of milk because there's too many people involved. I'm not like that. I don't dislike people.
No, what I was trying to say is I can't be myself around people.
That's different.
It's always an act. No matter who I'm with, I have to pretend to be the person they think I am.
Of course.
With you, I don't feel that way. That's why we can talk for 4 hours, because I don't. It's not exhausting to keep up this appearance. You know what I mean?
But for some reason, but
you would realize how true that is, because you just know me through here, so you think this is how I am, but it's not how I am. It's how I am with you. You bring that out in me. I was trying to be complimentary, and you took it in a whole other direction.
I know how you are.
Yeah, but few people do, Klayre. Very few people.
And when you say you're not speaking directly to me. You're speaking to my audience.
I forget they're here. This is you and me. I'm not here for them.
No, nobody's watching. Fuck them.
But all I was trying to say, if you, and by here I don't mean here, if we were daily hanging out, you would be like, oh my god, Bert hates everyone except me. Like, I don't know.
But no, even with that said, I don't feel that way. You know what my ideology is? I don't hate people. I have a strong distaste for mediocrity.
Me too. But I maybe I find more people mediocre than you do.
And believe me when I say that if I go for a carton of milk, Doris, who's browsing the milk section, I want to strangle her with my bare hands. As opposed to saying hello, how, you know, like fuck you, like the rest, like, do you not see the rest of us?
Yeah. Oh God. I see a cart, like you were chatting with your friend, and now I got to go around you. Like, this is, everyone in the right lane should be moving. But it's not even that. It's just that I'm egomaniacal and lazy. It's a terrible combination.
Like, fuck me.
I just don't have the time. Like, even tonight, like last night playing D&D, I told my friends, tomorrow night, I'm appearing on a podcast with a good friend of mine. And they were like, really? You're going to do something outside your normal routine and not hate every minute of it? I was like, you know what? Because I want to. Like, it's rare for me. That's all I was trying to say. This is rare. I feel so superior to everyone else that everything feels like a chore. My whole life feels like a chore. But this doesn't. That's all I'm saying. This is nice. Like, you get to take my bra off. This feels like taking my bra. When I see a girl take her bra off, she's like, oh. That's what this feels like.
Well, I'm happy to hear that.
So, how black little girls feel when they see a black Disney princess in a movie for once. That's how this feels.
Yeah. Rihanna's saying, I hate everybody too. I can tolerate some more than others.
I'm very elitist. I know I come across nice, but I'm very elitist. Stupid people, I cannot. Yeah. No. Nope.
And again, I say I don't hate people.
No, I know you don't. That's why I love you. I do, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I would grind them up and feed them to the young. That's who I am. But certain people, like you, bring out, like, when we chat, like this whole night, I'm invigorated. We're gonna log off tonight, and it was great. Birch was on my podcast. Super. It means way more to me than you understand. I have a renewed lease on life after this. I'm going to try to be better. I'm going to try to enjoy my breakfast tomorrow because of this. Like, I wish you watched Rick and Morty. It would make way more sense. But
how you doing? Oh, Red Misty is in. How you doing, love? Red Misty is in from Scotland.
Scotland?
Yeah.
Ask them if they know Still Game.
Then he can ask that himself, or he can answer that. Ireland, sorry, Red. I'm sorry.
Oh, then never mind. Different show.
He'll know. He might know it. Say it again.
Maybe.
What was it?
Skill Game is the name of the show.
Oh. Sorry, Rod.
It's a Scottish.
You're Celtic, so I sometimes I get confused a lot. I'm sorry.
Celtic. Don't tell my wife.
I'm a Scot by birth. I could have sworn you were Scot. I keep forgetting you're an Irish person.
Those are fighting words, man. Why you gotta be like that? See how you are, Klayre? That's how you are. That's how you are. See how you are?
That's how I am. See how I am?
Check your privilege, man. Like,
what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
Check my privilege.
Any marginalized friends I have, any one of my friends, like my native friends or my Hindu friends, I love saying that to them. Check your privilege, man. Like,
check my privilege. I can't even spell privilege.
It's, to me, it's like gaslighting or mansplaining. It's just shit we make up to polarize into groups. None of it means anything. We all have problems. We all want to get laid.
Relax. I'm gonna.
Like I said,
I'm gonna.
We have more in common than we do different. Are you pissing again?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I thought you fucked up.
What's going on in the background? Are you watching like a political debate or something?
No, Tristan is.
Well, tell her it's distracting and it needs to stop.
It wouldn't happen if I didn't broadcast 8 feet away from our TV.
Well, that's why I'm upstairs and not downstairs.
Yeah, well, you don't live in Toronto.
You're right. No, that's not an accident, by the way.
If you want clarity, I can ask her who she's watching.
What? Oh, snap.
I said, if you want clarity, I can ask you who she's watching.
I don't care. I probably wouldn't know anyway.
I'm curious.
That's a reveal. We're going to talk about that or what?
Happens.
Every time you went for a piss and came back, I was like, who's this? Wow. I'm like, oh, Klayre.
I've taken my hair off before live. It's whatever.
Well, no, I don't give a shit. I love surprises. I thought it was, if I could take mine off, I would right now, just to be surprising. Plus, it looks good without it anyway. It's not like, haha, you don't have to hunch back in Notre Dame without it.
That's what everybody says.
They say you are or aren't.
Aren't.
Okay, well, then, yeah, there's a consensus then. Learn to take a compliment. God. See how you are? You know, Jiminy Cricket was symbolic of Pinocchio's speeches.
Look, fuck off, right?
I'm your Jiminy Cricket for confidence instead of conscience. You have way more conscience already. But I'm your Jiminy Cricket telling you you're awesome the whole time. And you're like, fuck off, I know I'm awesome. No, you don't. That's a lie. Lie. You can't lie to Jiminy Cricket, man. He knows. He's seen things.
When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Blah, 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 something, something.
Just because they're remaking Pinocchio, it made me think, you know how they remake movies and they like gender swap? But they cherry pick what movies they do. Remember Weird Science?
Yes.
I want to see a gender swap remake of Weird Science. It's two teenage girls who artificially create a grown man as a sex toy. That's the gender swap movie I want to see.
What was her name? I forget her name.
I should know this because Kelly LeBrock is on my wish list.
Who the
Lisa.
fuck was that?
No, Lisa was his ex. You mean the actor or the character?
No, the actress.
Oh, Kelly LeBrock.
Okay. So you want two nerdy little girls to create a guy.
An adult male.
Yes.
And the whole movie is about them trying to get fucked by an adult.
Precisely.
Because something tells me it's not going to be as funny when it was the other way around.
Especially in 2023.
There's a scene in Weird Science where Kelly LeBrock goes to a lingerie store and asks the sales attendant, is this something that would turn you on if you were a teenage boy? Imagine that in reverse for a second.
Could
a full-grown man,
not happen.
A full-grown man asks the sales assistants, would this turn you on if you were a teenage girl? That's predatory. Like, I have a long list of movies on my gender swap wish
Such
list.
as?
Well, that's one for sure. Risky Business is another one.
Oh, and just for the record, I've only seen Weird Science once.
I almost broke my VCR pausing and unpausing Weird Science. Like
I never saw it when it was cool.
Well, none of my friends. It was never a popular movie, but Kelly LeBrock. Oh my god, damn. She was married to Steven Seagal. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, her and Steven Seagal were married for a long time.
Why?
I don't know. It's a mystery.
Seagal
and Kelly LeBrock. I know. I only found out like 8 months ago. Do you watch Frisky Dingo, the cartoon? Anyway, there's a scene where he's talking about Steven Seagal. And he's like, he's Al Qaeda. That's why Kelly LeBrock left him. I know, it's hilarious. So I was like, that's made up. So I Googled Steven Seagal, Kelly LeBrock. Yeah, they were married for like 4 years or some shit. I think they had kids together. The Weird Science Girl and Steven Seagal.
She
I
was
know.
swinging. She was swinging low.
Yeah, but he was cool at the time. We forget that there was a time he wasn't a fat loser. Like there was a time he was Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? So,
Like Charles Bronson and so on.
Charles Bronson was always uglier than sin.
But I remember a time when Charles Bronson was your god.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, look at guys like WKRP, Lonnie Anderson's husband,
Burt
help me out.
Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds, thank you. At one point, he was the epitome of heterosexual fantasies because he had a hairy chest and a cool mustache. He would slap. Yeah, if she got out of line, that was attractive at some point.
Pop quiz. Who do you think outlasted aesthetically? Burt Reynolds or Sally Field?
That's a tough question because people don't even know who she is anymore. Burt Reynolds went through a lot of hoops to stay relative.
But take that out of account.
Apples and oranges. I can't compare girls to guys because it's like sour and sweet.
You figure it's a relevancy thing?
What's the thing? Do you like salt and vinegar chips or candy poppers? Like, I can't compare the two. The reason I like men is different than the reason I like women, so I can't do it.
You said poppers.
I knew as soon as I said that, I used it as a filler word, but the minute it came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, she's going to jump on that. Can we be clear? In the past, I've never experienced it.
I have.
I that's why I brought it up. I was hoping, we can't even talk. Well, it's in the past. Because listen, Klayre, I've lost more drugs than you've probably done. But that is one that somehow, right place, right time, never came up.
On the heels of that, I will say I have lost more days due to drugs than, yeah.
In the past, could you send me
I was seeing a girl in town who introduced me to the world of Valium, and I have lost 3 days of my life to Valium.
One time
At band camp?
Yeah. I was with this broad and we did Xanax and vodka and
Are you going to talk about your pussy?
Mine or another person's?
No, yours.
Like the one I have?
Yeah.
Or the ones I've slayed?
The ones you have.
No, the one I have, that's personal, man.
Okay.
Crossing a line.
Proceed. No,
not
crossing
cool,
a line. There are no lines.
Check your privilege.
Fuck
so
you.
I woke up on the beach in Cavendish.
Yes. Oh, yeah?
No idea how I got there.
Oh.
Yep. And I thought, you know what? I rarely have that moment where maybe this has gone too far. That's not really in my vocabulary. But this was one of those times where I'm like, maybe dial it back, like from a 12 to a 9. Like.
And this was what?
I'm not going to reveal the chronology of it.
No, you said
myself.
you said Xanax.
Oh, no, it was Xanax, vodka, and cocaine.
Okay, cool. Okay. Go ahead.
And that's why I dress like this. Because a lot of recreational drugs.
Oh. Did you see the blank out? You just blanked out on me.
Yeah, did it happen to you too?
Yeah.
It's the government. I'm hanging up.
No, you're back. You're cool, honey. Go ahead.
No, I know. I saw it too.
That was funny.
Was it the same cat, or did you see a different cat twice? I forget that if I make a Matrix reference, it's still 20 years old. 2 decades. If I make a Matrix reference, it's 2 decades old. The fuck is wrong?
You want to make a Matrix reference to me live on camera?
Well, and you think Matrix, that's current. 2 decades ago. In the 80s, if you made a 60s reference, it was that old.
For the listeners, Hormones just asked me if I saw the same cat twice.
Was it a different cat, or was it the same cat twice? Uh-oh.
Well, with pussy, you never know.
One bitch with a million faces. It's all the same cat, man.
I Gavalt.
When I hang out with my cisgen buddies,
do you know
sometimes
what I
they'll
mean
meet
when I say Oi Gavalt?
Say it again.
Oi
You
Gavalt.
cut out. No.
Oh, okay.
Don't judge me. Educate me. What's going on?
It means holy fuck in Yiddish.
I was gonna say it sounds Yiddish.
And
I'm not allowed to talk about it here, so it never comes out.
Oi Gavalt and Maron are basically synonymous in Yiddish and Hebrew. They both mean holy fuck.
Right.
So
Fair
go
enough.
ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say is my daughter and I are both cinephiles. Like I raised her, like all we did was watch movies together. And I remember one day she came home from school. She was probably in grade 5 or 6, and she said she was really angry. I said, "What's wrong, dear?" There's Star Wars prequels, she says. I'm like, oh, because I never showed her the prequels because she was a big Star Wars fan. Like, you don't need to see this shit. And she was so angry that I hid them from her. And then I said, "Oh, you're gonna be real mad when you find out there's 2 more Matrix movies." Because I only showed her the first one. I was like, you don't need to know that there's 2 more shitty movies. So yeah. Her and I we had a crazy awesome relationship. Like we were the coolest superhero team in the world. Her and I. It was the greatest thing I've ever done with my life. Hands down.
That's
Hands
really
down.
cool.
Gave me purpose. Saved my life, really.
That's really cool.
Yep. It's the only time my father ever told me he was proud of me. He's like, "You're a better father than I was." And I said, "Well, I hope she's a better parent than I am. If we keep doing that, right?"
You know, you've mentioned that a few times since we've been here. In the cavalier nature that you mention it. I know how I handle it because I've lived it. You know, the whole encouragement thing. My encouragement of anything creative ended in like grade 6.
Well, at least it ended. I never started at my house.
Oh fuck.
Like when I was 11, I was hacking systems through modems, programming. I was programming at a level that was crazy. And my parents like, "Oh, I've done some bad things." But for my parents, it was just a non-issue. Like, "Hey, I can do calculus and program a computer." "Okay, did you take the trash out?" "Okay, all right." There was nothing I could do to impress them. And then you assholes would come over. "Oh, X name got a C in math. Super Bowl." Well, why is that victory celebrated? I don't know. I hate to complain. It's like first world problems. I get it. Some white kid had a hard time growing up, but the expectation was so fucking high.
I fucking hate that phrase.
But I did everything I could to not do it. Like I would purposely fuck up, just to be like, I don't have to do it. What? I'm the only guy here that can do CPR? Guess you're dying. Like that was my mentality.
But I mean, you think you know a guy. I didn't know you lived the movie Hackers.
Oh, I don't want to get into it too much, but I was on the forefront of that shit. In Calgary, when I first moved there and I was putting myself through college, we used to use Pringles cans to hack into TELUS and sell the information to Nortel. When Wi-Fi first started, you could use a Pringles can because it's lined with aluminum. Yeah, I have a shady past, motherfucker.
That's an off-air conversation.
My favorite thing to do was before cross shredding was a thing.
What's cross-shedding?
Document shredders.
Fine.
You know, when you shred a document.
Yes.
Now, if you do it, there's cross shedding. So they cut it in two ways, and the paper comes out in like little squares.
Is that a security thing?
Yeah, because in the 90s, when you shredded a document, it came out in strips. Right?
Yeah.
So companies would pay good money if you could go to their competitors, take their shredded documents, and put them back together.
So now it's confetti.
Now it's confetti. There's no putting that together. That's why if right now you go to a Staples website and look up a document shredder, they'll brag about, oh, it's cross-shredded, because that's important. Because if it's not, someone can put that shit back together.
If you want to.
It's back then. It wasn't a thing.
Didn't exist.
If your competitor thinks a document is so valuable it's worth shredding, guess what?
Someone else does too.
Super easy
Depends
too.
who
Like,
you...
It's like lock picking. People think it's hard. I can pick any lock you put in front of me in 30 seconds. Non-issue. Remember when you asked me why I say marketing all the time? Yeah. Document shredding, though. Okay. I give you a bag of shredded documents. Okay? Odds are, at the top of the bag, it doesn't contain parts of a document at the bottom of the bag, right? Because it's stuffed in the bag in the order it was shredded.
Duh.
Right? So, you open the bag, and on the layers, you separate it by layers. Because at the bottom is not going to be at the top. Right? So now you've got 4 piles based on layers. In each pile, paper difference. That's a thicker paper. Now that pile is in 4 new piles. Then you go font size or font. Now you've got 4 more piles. If you keep doing that, you'll end up with 24 layers that only have a few strips. You get a clipboard with an elastic band, and you just start matching it up. It's easy work. But people think, oh, that's spycraft. No, that's fucking easy. Oh, if that blows your mind, you don't want to hear the other shit I did.
Yes, I do.
Well, I gotta save something for next time.
Well, Rihanna wants you back, so yeah.
If you want to break into somewhere and everyone's walking out during lunch, if you walk backwards in the opposite direction, no one notices. You just look like you're moving slower in the same direction. I shouldn't even be saying this shit. feel weird even talking about it.
If you walk backwards in the opposite direction, nobody notices.
Think about it. You see a crowd of people coming out of two doors that have a smoke break. If a guy's walking in the opposite direction, it's like a Where's Waldo. You're like, that guy. But imagine I'm facing the same direction as the crowd, but I'm walking backwards. You're not going to notice that. It will look like I'm just walking slower in the same direction. It's true. It's true, man. I don't want to. It's tempting to go on, but I don't want to dominate the conversation. I will leave you with this, though. One time, I'm not going to say what company it was, because if we can't talk about certain things, we can't talk about fucking this. But
no, go.
They knew there was corporate espionage happening. And that was kind of my title, counter corporate espionage. They knew they had a leak. Someone was selling information from their company to another company, and they needed to catch the person involved. So what we did, I can't believe I've never told another fucking soul about this. What we did is, this was my idea, at one of their shareholder meetings or whatever the fuck, everyone gets these binders, quarterly reports, projections, everyone gets one, right? They're all the same, but they're not. Because if there was 12 people, what I did is, the first guy on page one part of the script, like on page one, a zero will be slightly bigger, imperceptibly so. And on guy's two binder on the second page, that zero would be bigger. Guy 3 on the third page, guy 4 on the fourth page, etc. When the documents came back around as the leaked documents, I just had to find which page had the bigger zero. Page 5, and guy 5 was your culprit.
You don't have to tell the story if you don't. Is this kosher?
It's like a hitman confessing hits. It feels good to get it off my chest.
Okay, proceed.
As long as I don't say the company name, I'm fine with that. But
fair enough.
That's my whole life. Things that are hard for other people are easy for me, and things that are easy for other people are hard for me. So I monetized. I weaponized my ADHD. Make lemonade, bitch. Oh shit! I've never told that story, even to Megan.
Rihanna's telling us that people once stole FBI files in America by simply entering the building in the day and sticking a please do not lock this door" sign to a door. People can be so stupid, but also be the stupidest idea.
If you look the part, remember I said with a clipboard in this outfit?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I can go anywhere.
Yeah.
I've done things like posed as inspectors, and I need to speak to your manager, and
it's intelligence. That's all it is.
So confidence is what it is. I know lots of smart people that can't pull it off. Like, I'm sure most of your viewers believed everything I said today. Half of it could be bullshit, but I say it. I'm not always right, but I'm never unsure. People believe what they want to believe. If you cater to that, you can get away with anything.
And incidentally, the person the listeners might have heard in the background, and who I know you did, was Hassan Piker.
Who's that?
In California, he's a live streamer. He's a political commentator in California. He streams for 8 hours a day, every day.
I know a
And
girl like that one.
his every single live stream, he has like 40,000 people watching.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you
That's
watch
how.
Drag Den in the Philippines?
Hey,
The Filipino show Drag Den.
I don't know that one. No.
Anyway, one of the hosts on it is a trans woman, and I was
Mm.
like, should I know who this is? So I Googled it. She's kind of hot too. 5 million Instagram followers. I was like, I don't even know who you
Nice.
are, and 5 million people know that you had French toast for breakfast. Like, that's insane.
You can probably hear my living room right now.
Yeah, I can. Why do you watch that shit? That just depresses me.
I'm not watching it.
Doesn't change the cost of mustard.
I should turn the TV down.
It's like Megan. Megan's obsessed with the Royals. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Can you turn the TV down? I'm picking it up.
What?
Exactly.
It's my phone. I don't even have my
Is that your phone?
That's the loudest phone in existence.
For the listeners, my girlfriend, our TV in the apartment isn't even on, and my
That's not a
girlfriend's
TV.
phone is picking up my mic.
I'm impressed at how loud that phone is. That's impressive.
And we're 15 feet apart.
Listen, Klayre, you need to lay the law down. Just be like, to the moon, Alice. I will domestic dispute you right now.
I just did that.
Wait, Meg's not here, right? No, I'd be like,
Right?
bitch.
I know the TV's on now. No, it's not. The TV's not, but whatever the fuck your phone was doing.
Jeez, I want that phone.
Tristan's laughing at us. The phone is 7 years old.
No one laughs at me. Look. I love you.
I love you.
I know. I was just afraid you didn't know. That's all.
So what the fuck? What the fuck? What are we gonna talk about now? You want to fuck off? We can fuck off if you want.
I still have a full mason jar.
Oh, am I? Fuck.
Oh,
Do I have to do more? Do I have to do more vegetables?
Like, in the past, you should totally do more vegetables. And I might go to Colombia in the past.
To my discredit, I shouldn't have said that.
I thought if it was the past, it was okay. You didn't say the secret word.
Well, 5 seconds ago was the past.
No, yeah, I argued that earlier, and you chastised me. So don't, girl, don't. If I can't do it, you can't do it.
What is it? 7:35 in PEI?
7:32, but I mean, who's counting? Plus, you're one of my free pass buds. I can do whatever I want if I'm with you, according to Megan. I only have like 3 people like that.
Oh, do I get a free pass with Meg?
Oh, if I was there with some of my alpha friends, 20 minutes later, like, are you face down in hookers and not cocaine? But with you, I could stay on until midnight, and she would quietly acquiesce.
Aww.
I don't know why. I don't know why you got a free pass, but
Meg, I love you.
She thinks the world of you too.
For some
reason. Have you guys met in person?
Never.
That's weird. It's super weird. Yeah, she's something. Like I said at the start of this, Helena Bonham Carter. is almost a not perfect, but it's the closest archetype that I can. Yeah.
To your wife.
Yes. Like for your viewers, if you have to imagine something,
That's a distinction. Thank you for
popular reference.
I can attest to that. Yes.
Not giving a fuck. Like I haven't been fucked like that since grade school. Kind of.
But now we have to make the distinction. Hormones isn't referring to physicality.
Oh no.
Because your wife and Helena Bonham Carter don't look like each other.
No, but I would argue that they have a non-traditional beauty about them. Like they're not in Playboy anytime. However, they're the girls that I thought were hot as a teenager, but couldn't tell anyone because it wasn't normative.
The Chipettes.
I was just gonna say the Chipettes. Get out of my fucking head. It's totally the Chipettes. Because Elise. I dated Elise for 10 years. Remember? Elise. In high school. All through high school. Elise Arsenault.
I know who she is, but I didn't know you guys were a thing.
10 years we dated. We moved to Calgary together. 10 years. She's that short, fat Chipette is what I'm driving at. The one, the really nice one, like super kind, unassuming, loves cookies.
Yes.
That was Elise. And
I
Megan's
remember
that tall
Elise, yes.
No, we dated for 10 years. I had the polyamorous relationship with her. Before there was words for it. I was blazing those trails.
Shit.
When I moved home, this one chick came up to me and she starts unloading on me about her and her husband having this polyamorous thing and the trials and tribulations associated with. I'm like, why are you telling me? She's like, well, you had a thing in Calgary for 4 years. How do you know about that? Jamie Landry's wife. Remember Jamie Landry?
Yeah.
His wife that approached me and she was asking me for advice. I'm like, why are you doing this? Well, you had that thing. How do you know I had that? That was in Calgary.
Fuck.
Weird, man.
I'm gonna grab a croissant. Hang on 1 second.
You're gonna go piss. I know you are.
I need a croissant or something. I don't care that I'm on air. Croissant time with Hassenpecker.
Like that was like we usually go out of the intended audience regularly and reach this like critical mass of the critical mass of fucking dedicated haters. You unironically get propaganda.
Here we are.
Want to undermine it. It's weird because like kind of also make money on their productions. Literally make money off of videos. Like, if I get to a place where I just can't stream anymore because it's so fucking annoying for me. Because, like,
is that a croissant? Looks like a hot pocket.
It's a croissant.
Okay, take your word for it.
We get them from the grocery store.
As do most people. You're not special.
Croissant.
Goddamn Anglophones. Embarrassing. Oh, I had a story. I mean, you were mining for content earlier. I was biding my time, but if there's a lull, I would like to offer this tidbit. So as you know, last night I did a marathon D&D session with my gang. Now I'm in my 40s. They're in their 20s, all 6 of them. So there's a weird dichotomy. Anyway, I had maps made up. I hand make these maps on the computer. They're gorgeous. Yeah. Pausing the story for how awesome I am. One moment. Anyway, but my computer shit the bed yesterday, and I couldn't print them out at the 11th hour. So I had to go to Staples, print the maps out for the game session. Okay. Okay. So here, I don't know if that's going to show up. They're like these highly detailed, awesome maps that I made. I hand. Okay. I'm printing these off, and I hear this voice behind me. Is that a Dungeons and Dragons map? And I turn around. Yeah, it is. There's probably a criminally underage Asian broad who works at Staples, with two-color hair and the glasses, and she thinks it's the coolest thing that I'm making and printing a Dungeons and Dragons map. Now, I know where you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, here we go. He's trying to figure out how we can skip out on D&D and go bang this 16-year-old Asian broad. No, what I was thinking is when I was 15 in Summerside, PEI, playing Dungeons and Dragons, where the fuck was this bitch? Like, it wasn't only not cool, it definitely wasn't getting you laid with Asian broads in 1994. Like,
sit back. There you go.
Well, I got too intense. I got excited about the story.
Fuck. Just relax. Just relax. It's cool. We can hear you.
If you're gonna keep killing my enthusiasm, I'm just gonna call you Florence. That's how that's gonna go down. You'd probably like that, you weird pervert. Just so your viewers know, next time you have to go pee, it's just to go wank and think about my mom. So I'm on to you, man. I'm on to you. So if Meg was here right now, say, all right, you're done. She'd press the stop button, and that would be the end of it.
I'm only telling you to sit back and chill because I've had my friend in Jersey on before, and for some reason I've seen his normal show and he's sit back and chill like you are right now, but for some reason when I have him on, his head takes up the entire frame.
Well, you bring that out in people. Like, the more I talk to you, the closer I get. It's like it's directly proportional. That's a good thing, though. It's not boring. So, button your top up, man. I can't do this. I can't podcast with a chubby. Fucking come on. You're terrible. You're the worstest. So that croissant fill you up, or are you gonna have a popsicle next, or what's going on?
No.
Even though we get along, we vacillate between entirely not getting each other's jokes to totally getting each other. Like, there's no middle ground. Like, maybe this is it. After tonight, we can't talk for a while. How often do you do these?
With a guest?
No, just in general.
Whenever my schedule allows.
Average, ballpark it for me. Once a month, twice a month?
No, my God, 2 or 3 times a week.
No shit. How long do you normally run for? Like, per broadcast?
I've been doing this for a year, and this is my longest ever.
What? Oh, now I feel bad.
Normally my top end is 2 hours.
Oh, now I feel really bad.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep you.
No, you're not keeping me from anything.
In 20 seconds, it'll be 44444.
There you go.
No, but I mean, if you normally do 2 hours and now we're on 5, I feel like kicking a dead horse.
We have now surpassed FM radio hours.
I don't know what that means.
An FM radio show, motherfucker.
Is someone feeding you this information?
No, I already knew.
You keep doing this, and I'm like, no, she's not that smart.
No, it's my earbuds.
No, I know. What does FM stand for, Klayre?
Are you serious?
The producer's just going to Google it and then tell you, and you're going to go like this, and then pretend that you knew. This is the worst show ever.
Are you being facetious, or are you genuinely you're fucking with me?
No, I
frequency modulation.
Yeah, but you didn't know that. You know what happened? Exactly what I said would happen. Your producer Googled it and then fed it to you. This is like the Oscars all over again.
Motherfucker, I've known that for 30 years.
This is just, you know what this show is going to be to me? Number 32 on places I'm not welcome anymore. That's all. You know what? It's just, I have a list. It's on yellow legal pad. And tonight I have to go home. You get to sleep comfortably, and I have to log off and be like, number 32, the Klayre Avalon show. Sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave now. So, thanks.
What does AM mean?
Amplitude modulation.
There you go.
I know you're asking me because someone's already, I can see you reading it. But, and you know, even though you say frequency and amplitude, I actually know what that means.
I know you do.
It's not even
I can read you like a book, you fucking cunt.
Right?
You're asking me what FM means.
Okay. And I know you don't care, but I'm an uber nerd.
You can fucking suck my dick yesterday. You know what?
Too late. You know when you play around with your sound programs, like a really cool scientist, and you see that waveform it makes, and you speak, and the waveform appears on the screen, you think that looks pretty? You know what I'm talking about. Ooh, that's pretty. That's symmetrical. Science. So picture that waveform. You know what I'm talking about. You
yes.
speak. Okay. If you had a ruler and you measured the gap, it makes hills and valleys, right? If you measure the gaps between the hills and valleys, you're measuring the frequency at which hills and valleys appear. Frequency modulation. That's how FM radio stations work. If you measured the height of the peaks and valleys, you're measuring the amplitude of them. That's how AM works. That's why AM only works over a short distance, because it depends on the strength or the height of the peaks and valleys. Whereas FM, even if it's a weak signal, the gap between them, if they become smaller, the gap between the valleys and hills is the same. Big hills, small hills, the gap still stays the same. So you get FM further than you get AM. Stop laughing at me. Don't rob me of my agency. Okay? It's important. I'm going to cry. You're crying.
Jesus Christ.
Remember earlier when I was worried about my old job? If someone thought they were bugged in an office, so if a client thought their office was bugged, I'm trying to
Give me a
educate you and
sec.
your viewers right now. Okay.
Give me a second. I was laughing so hard. I just knocked over my own tripod.
I saw that. That was your nickname in high school, wasn't it? Tripod?
Tristan's asking me if I'm okay.
No, you were never okay. That's a foregone conclusion.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
God forbid I bring an educational segment to this godless show.
Wow. Oh.
You thought, you
God.
thought radio frequencies were boring. So in the 90s, before Wi-Fi, if you bugged a corporate office, the bug had to work on an AM frequency. All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. So, what I would do, is you would put a radio in the room, and to your viewers, a radio is something that used to play music before phone. You would put that in the room and turn on the Led Zeppelin or whatever happened to be playing at the time. Then you would go outside the room on your FM frequency and slowly dial through them until you could hear Led Zeppelin. Because if you started hearing Led Zeppelin, that means you were tapped into the same frequency as the bug.
Yes.
And then you knew there was a bug. Anyway, it's an awesome story, so fuck you. Asshole. Jesus Christ. I'm opening my heart. I'm exposing myself here, and you're laughing at me. I expected more, really. You're perpetuating the violence. Like, it's cyclical now. Hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt people. This is the most fun I've had in like weeks.
I just smashed my head on my wall because I'm laughing so hard.
Fuck, last time I had this much fun, Meg was dressed as Wednesday Addams.
Oh, lovely.
That's a whole other show.
Let's leave that where it is.
Yeah. We spend more on sex gear than we do on like food.
Oh, wow.
And you know what? It feels good to talk about like the espionage or counter espionage because I've never, like, I kept my word. Part of the agreement was never talk about this. But now it's been 20 years, and I don't know any. Like, this is like an AA meeting. Who are you going to tell? No one will believe you anyway. Because I don't tell people here because they're here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is cathartic.
Well, this is my show. You're in a safe environment.
I'm in the trust tree. So.
Yep.
But yeah. Anyway, a lot of it I thought was interesting, and then if you can't tell
No,
anyone,
it really is.
You see a girl at the mall and like her skirt blows up in the wind and you catch a glimpse of her panties. The first thing you want to do is like tell somebody, right?
Maybe.
But if you have no one to tell, it's like festers, right?
Yeah.
Men have multiple orgasms like women. Once when we're having sex, and a bunch of other times when we tell our friends about it. Right? Come on. Right? Got it.
For the listeners, high five.
And speaking to my earlier point about men being an addition to the species, have you noticed every time a man tells a hot chick story to another man, he always mentions the geographical location and the time as though that's important. He'll be like, I was it was Tuesday afternoon, and this chick. It's part of our monkey heritage that we have to relate to the other males of the species, the time and location we saw a hot chick. You know, like you're building a mental map of where and when to find other hot chicks. It's so primal, but we all do it. Like, I was at the Wendy's. It was a Tuesday. That's not important.
You are so right. Yes.
Right?
And my voice, I don't know what we're gonna do about this, but my voice sounds like fucking Lurch.
I think it's awesome.
This is gonna be horrible in post. I don't know what's happening, but
Hire a better editor then, I guess.
It's a setting thing.
Yeah, but that's why you have editors, so then they can. You can do anything in post.
It has nothing to do with editing. It's a fucking. This isn't the first time.
Listen, in post, I could give you fucking cherry red areolas. Like, post is post, man. You can do anything in post.
So I can fix my voice in post?
I got to fix it. I can make you sound like Judy Garland, but I wouldn't because I love how it sounded.
The fact remains, and you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but it's part of our earlier conversation, and your viewers don't know this about us. Like, I have a friend who recently burned a lot of his body in a fire, and he was at the D&D session, and all I did was make fire jokes all night. So if you don't know our relationship, I look like a douchebag. Like, I'm like, try not to light yourself on fire. If people don't know our paradigm, I might come across as too much. But I told you this 2 days ago. I'm up in your business. I'm pot committed to you now.
You are my Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh, you know what? He's one of my favorite people in the world.
Right?
He's like, I only like 3 comedians, and he's maybe not. He's in the top. He's one of those 3.
I fucking knew that.
Daniel Tosh, Jeselnik, and who's that woman that Jeselnik always does things with? She's right skeezy, jokes about. Anyway, we'll circle back to that. But
how do you feel about Daniel Sloss?
You called me Anthony Jeselnik.
How do you feel about Daniel Sloss?
Who?
Daniel Sloss.
Don't know that. I know Daniel Tosh. Are you trying to say that, but you're having a stroke?
No, Daniel. No, Tosh is like kindergarten compared to Sloss.
Okay.
And I'm not joking when I say that.
Not his show, his stand-up.
That's what I mean.
Okay. You know Dimitri Martin?
Yep.
He's the opposite. His stand-up's garbage, but the show's awesome.
I can't stand Dimitri Martin.
He's terrible, but he's the opposite of Daniel Tosh. I remember watching them going, holy shit, they can't figure this out.
Yeah, Dimitri Martin, he annoys me.
I like him because he uses graphs for comedy, which gives me a hard-on all day long. My 2 favorite things: graphs and comedy.
I'm really shocked that you don't know who Daniel Sloss is.
I think you're making that name up.
Google it.
I can't be arsed, you know that. I'm barely arsed to have this conversation. I don't even Google it.
It is. He's out there.
I'm sure he is. A lot of people are out there, Klayre. It's a big world.
For what we're talking about, you motherfucker.
That look on your face is all too familiar to me. I get it with everyone eventually, where what it says to me is, this used to be cute 4 hours ago, and now it's trying. It's a lot.
And yet you continue.
Oh yeah, obviously, because your feelings don't matter.
And you think they matter to me.
No, it's actually the opposite. That's why it's funny. When I heard Jim Carrey say, "Our only currency is how we make other people feel," changed my life. I restructured everything I did and thought. I thought, you know what? That's true. It's not, and it's cliche to say it's not about money or it's not about this. People say it all the time, but they don't believe it. But when it occurred to me that all that matters is how I make other people feel, my whole world had a radical rehauling. And I've structured it as such afterwards.
Then on the heels of that, I don't ever want to hear you say or argue with me about why I think what other people think of me matters.
Yeah, but you do it in a negative way, and I'm going to call you out on that.
Doesn't matter.
It does, because I think I'm giving a gift to all the pedestrian people who are lower than me in a very condescending way.
The point of the conversation was what other people think of us.
Yes, but you're better than me, Klayre. This is my whole point. You're not normal. You're like Superman, but he doesn't want to fucking save people. It's embarrassing. Like,
but you just brought up my body language and how you noticed it based on how I was reacting to you. So don't do that. That's unfair.
Listen, when I was a kid, I used to watch basketball coaches yell at basketball players. I'm like, well, if you're that good, why don't you fucking play basketball? Right? Why are you yelling at Michael Jordan? Why don't you fucking grab a ball? But then it occurred to me, he's better at telling Michael Jordan how to play basketball. And that's our paradigm. I yell at you because I can't do what you can do, but I can tell you what to do better than anyone else. I'm going to make you the best basketball player in the world. That's my goal.
That's lovely.
And you're like, well, why don't you do a layup? I can't fucking even dribble a ball, bitch. But I know you can better than almost anyone I know.
But for the sake of your argument, what in your eyes are you trying to build me up to?
Your potential. Nothing irritates me more than people not. If I had what you had, I don't know. I hate people who like to be the best chess player.
I have nothing. What the hell are you grabbing at?
Hearing you say that drives me fucking nuts. You're like a neo-Nazi now, like, girl. I have so much misplaced confidence.
You know what it is? I'm a small town girl, my darling.
I know. People need you. You're Superman, not helping anybody. Irritates me.
I want to look at my camera and go, yes, I'm the shit. I invented everything, but I never will.
You don't believe it?
Of course I don't.
Front. It's a front. It's a strong front to not be heard. But it doesn't need to be, because it's so true. That's why I'm here. I'm like Magic Black Person in the movies. I'm gonna get your groove back for you.
Call Stella.
Or what's that golf one with Matt Damon and Will Smith? Anyway, a Magic Black Person shows up and makes everything better. 25 of my 50 favorite movies. So,
are you my token black guy?
100%. I'm a token not. See, it's weird with you because I have gay and trans friends, but I was gonna say I'm your token straight friend, but that doesn't apply. Are you my
token black queer?
Yeah, but the fact that I'm not black or queer makes it weird to say. Like,
but you know what I
mean? The not you. I'm the token not you guy. And I told you when we started to, I almost said reconnect, but I know that triggers you. I told you when we first started talking again that I love this paradigm because we're different. If we were more alike, if you were like, oh, I love that band, oh, me too, I would stop calling you right away. I have no time for that.
Reorganize says he is your token islander.
Oh, who said that?
Reorganize.
Oh, Rihanna?
Yes.
Can I just imagine Rihanna as having no gender? Like just
I'm sure he would be happy with that, yes.
oh shit. Are you enjoying this too, or am I just bleeding you dry here?
I'm having the time of my life.
Super Bowl.
This is good. This is going to be a nightmare in post, but I will survive.
Yeah, because it's 5 hours. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. But that's what I mean. You think the challenge for the post guy is your voice. The challenge is 5 hours of uncut footage. Like, fuck me in the ass. I wouldn't
Oh,
want that job.
oh, he said as though I edit. There is no
Do
editing.
like flash cuts and fucking fade ins.
Nope, I don't edit my show.
You just post it on like raw?
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about post, there is no post. You just hit go.
My version of post is converting the MP4 to MP3 to put it on SoundCloud. It stops right there.
Not to sound patronizing, but that's adorable. That you think that's post.
That's how smart I am.
But like flashy graphics and shit, fucking background music. No,
See, that's my intro.
I missed that.
Everybody does.
Because in the past, I was getting all my drugs and alcohol ready before you told me to come on.
Well, granted. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, I'm Irish. I got to beat my wife and do drugs.
But yeah, my intro, believe me, is colorful.
Oh, can I see it sometime? You're like,
Of
yeah,
course.
asshole. If you logged on before I needed you.
Yeah, for sure. I can show it to you. Yeah.
Are we gonna do this again, or is this a situation where we log off and you're like, that was a bit much?
No, I would love to. Yes, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's the reality. If you were here, we wouldn't be doing this.
Whenever you want to come on, you are very welcome.
It's not up to me. It's up to you. Because 5 minutes after I log off, I will forget this ever happened.
Well, be that as it may, no, the door is always open.
Yeah, but I will forget there is a door. It's up to you to remind me. I think we covered this before.
I'm trying to answer your question, you fucking autistic motherfucker.
You're getting it now. Sweet.
You said, "Can I come back?" and I've answered you 4 times already.
The door is always open, but the onus is on you. You need to like text me and be like, tonight, tomorrow, do it. You need to be at the top of the relationship.
Now you're starting to annoy me.
That tracks. I told you it was gonna happen.
I'm not signing off, but you're being so fucking specific. I could strangle you.
Specific. It's accidental for sure because.
Oh! The door is open, but I have to be told to open it.
Yeah, because I have a problem. Like I said, if I said I had a wheelchair and you need to like clear the ramp of snow, you wouldn't have this kind of attitude. You should smile more. You need to smile more because
people tell
your
me
resting
that.
face is so much less attractive than your smiling face.
You fucking cunt.
And that's not true of most people, so you should. That's a compliment. I thought that when you sent me the video yesterday. I was like, oh, that's Klayre. And then you smiled.
What video?
With the fan, the music. Go back through your text.
There was no fan.
Well, your hair was blowing. I just thought there was a fan. it was windy in your apartment then. I don't know.
That was my hands, you dizzy fucker.
Okay, well, you don't need to be mean about it.
I mean,
What?
there is a fan, but it's the size of a tea saucer.
I'm getting the, you know, in the Oscars when they have the play music to tell you to stop talking.
You're being played
What's it
off.
called? Yeah. Megan's playing me off here. No, okay. But before I go, you're like, fan, you're a crazy arsehole. Oh, yeah, there was a small fan. That's still a fan.
But it wasn't blowing my hair off my head.
Why are you being I'm trying to give you a compliment, and you're being antagonistic.
Fuck me. Jesus Christ.
See how you are? I don't know how Tristan deals with you, man. I wouldn't put up with that shit. I'd be like, sorry. Time's up. But it's a minority population that looks better smiling. I mean, it really is. We don't do it because we look good. We do it because it's a reaction. But you actually look better smiling. So quit being a fucking grumpy cunt and smile more. I don't know. Fuck. Jesus, you're hard to get along with. Never doing this again. We're Dunzo. I'm glad Meg's playing me off. This is the worst that's ever happened.
Is Meg right there?
She was. It's fleeting. No, she's busy being angry somewhere now. I wish I could dead name you because I was going to say I liked you better when you were X, but I thought that was going.
I'm so gonna call Meg.
You totally should.
I'm gonna call her.
It would be like canon. It would be like after the show. This is what happened. Plus, you're on that list. I told you earlier. Like you could do anything. You could call her. We went to the strip club, and I'd be in shit, but you wouldn't be for some reason.
I don't know why. I don't know, my dear. I don't know.
Must be.
But if
anyway, I think I have to go.
Yeah.
She wants like things. If you don't feed them, listen, Klayre. If you don't feed them, they get uppity. So. I saw that in a Reddit post. He's like, the thing about women is like you gotta feed yours. And some woman posted, we're not yours, we're people. And he replied, looks like someone forgot to feed this one.
Is that what it said?
I peed a little bit when I read it.
Looks like someone forgot to feed this one.
To feed this one. Oh, it's like 3 jokes in one. Oh, here's the dog. Oh, you want to say hello? Okay, come here.
Oh, bring the puppy on.
Oh, he's here.
Hello.
Yes, aww. I love you too. I know it. And we like to lay on the couch right now.
Yeah.
He's like an autistic child. If you break up his routine, he loses his shit. Don't you, buddy? Okay. I know. It's hard. You're not getting enough attention. I get it.
So I know I have to go, and in closing, I will say that Reorganized's closing comment is, "I will riot and walk out if he doesn't come back."
Aww. I know I come off as a hard ass, but that means a lot to me. And if you'll have me back, I'd be happy to do it. I mean, I had fun. So.
Any day of the week. Yep.
And, you know, you're a bitch, but
we'll do this. Yeah, this was amazing.
Can we? I had a great time. Plus, I have so many stories that this can be like my confessional. I've done terrible things, so let's do it.
Yeah. This has been lovely.
I had a great time. Thank you. Like jokes aside, thank you for including me.
Thank you for wanting to be included.
Great. Well, yeah, but I want to do lots of things, but no one invites me. So there's so much scissoring right now that didn't invite me, and
I was thinking even before we did this that I was because I know you're right, and I was genuinely shocked when you agreed to be here.
what?
Yeah.
Do you know that when we're not doing this, I'm just sitting in a room talking to myself, pretending I have an audience, right? Like you're a codependent enabler, is what they say in the drug community. I need this, man. Yeah, I golf on weekends, but I fucking hate golf. So there's that smile. Don't stop doing that, man. God, you're like 8 times prettier when you smile. Why do you not do it all the time? Like you're always like, I'm pouty and mysterious. Don't do that. Just smile. Melts ice. Oh, there it is. I used to think you were ugly. You're just a bitch. Just so different. Oh, too far. Okay. Bye.
No, you're right. You're right.
I had that smile, man. That's killer.
My own girlfriend has said that about. She said that 2 people about me.
Oh, for sure. I just didn't realize till recently because you're always doing that.
Tristan has been in conversations when I'm not there, and people will say to her, "Oh, your girlfriend comes off shy and quiet," and she'll say, "No, she's not shy at all. She's just a bitch."
If I had that smile, I would walk around like a happy idiot the whole time. Like I'd be Jackie O constantly. Just see, now you're doing your thing. Don't do your thing. Do my thing. Yeah. Do it. That's it. You're trying to hide it, but see, it's not just your mouth. Your whole face changes. Your eyes, your nose, your cheeks. It's killer. I don't know, man. You know how fat people hate skinny people? I hate
I
your
heard
smile.
a rumor.
Killer. So don't squander it.
Fatties and slimmies.
No femmes, no fatties, no Asians, right?
That's it.
That's next session. We'll do that next time. I know your gay viewers are like, he knows about that? Yeah, fuck, you can know about shit. I don't wear control top pantyhose, but I know what they fucking are. Like, why be a cunt about it? Like, I hate that. Tribalism, man.
Get the fuck out of here, okay?
Yeah, it's time to go. That's it. It's time to go.
All right.
Oh wait, before I go, I heard there was a prize for quote of the day.
Yes.
Who won? I'm dying to find out. Oh, I can't sleep tonight unless I find out. What the fuck?
That's your prize.
No, but who won?
You?
Oh, what was the quote then?
I forget.
I know. That's why I asked.
Fuck you.
That's fair.
I know what he says. I'm gonna test her.
You know what though? I shouldn't even admit this, but I don't remember either. I remember you saying it.
It was really good.
It was so good. Oh, I wish someone was recording this.
It'll be on my VODs.
When you do post, and by that I mean hit OK.
Do you have to be so goddamn patronizing?
I do. I really do.
Oh.
Have you met me? Have you seen the show before?
God,
can you make a
fucking
note?
cunt.
Because I know I was super clever, and I need proof. So when you go through this again, when we talked about it, can you make a note and let me know? Oh, you're not gonna fucking do that anymore. Why don't we bother?
You think I'm gonna make somebody go through 5 hours of footage to appease you?
I know you're not gonna do anything to appease me.
No.
Even though I have Luscious curls.
Stepped off the bus, out into the city streets.
Are you doing a fallen angel?
Just a small town girl with her whole life packed in a suitcase by her feet.
I can't.
But somehow the lights
Oh.
didn't shine as bright as they did on her mama's TV screen.
Touching.
So anyway,
I gotta go before I get in more trouble.
yeah.
Because you
Time
think
for you-
there's trouble. You can't be in more trouble, but yeah, you totally can.
Time for you to fuck off.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. I had a great time.
This was
I normally
amazing.
dread social engagements, but this was not bad at all. So
This was totally fun.
yeah, we should do it again, and then we could build around. Like, we could have your viewers like vote on who's more awesome.
We totally can.
I'm sure there's an app for that or some shit. Like,
Well, AT&T told us there's an app for that.
if StreamYard has like API and JSON content, I might know a guy that can program that. So
I don't raid anybody on Twitch, so the minute we say goodbye, it's over.
parting is such sweet sorrow. If you weren't such a cunt, I'd be in love with you. So, you know what you should do? Just smile more and talk less. All right, I gotta say, I could do this all night. We gotta go. Okay.
Bye-bye. 3, 2,
I love
1. Love you.
Later.